Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council Successor Agency meeting of December 10th, 2024, the 5:30 p.m. special meeting. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Orlemans?
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza is absent. Councilmember Pearson is absent. Vice Mayor Meyer?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Could you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Amanda.
At this time, members present in the audience may address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. I have no speaker cards in person.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. And do I have a motion to recess to closed session? So move.
Second.
First and a second, all in favor, aye?
Aye. Aye.
We are in recess. Thank you. So thank you for being here this evening. At this time, we are going to adjourn our 5:30 PM special meeting. There is nothing to report out at this time. So do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved?
Second. First and a second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. We are
Aye.
adjourned.
are sharing that mic. Don't feel like you're just saying into it, just FYI. Good, because I won't.
You realize we'll forget as soon as we go sit down. What are we doing?
Or Osei does that. Does that work? Osei?
Hold on.
Cozy, cozy. Oh.
I mean, I know the words, but I'd like to look at the notes.
You gotta turn them on. Yeah.
What?
Yep. Osei. Oh. Yeah, okay. Osei? 1, 2. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Up, good, more, perfect, done, great.
Sweet.
Done. Lovely. Go team. All right. So then.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. This time, we are going to bring into session the 7 p.m. City Council Successor Agency meeting of December 10th, 2024, the regularly scheduled meeting of the Brentwood City Council. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here?
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pearson,
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we are honored to have the Brentwood Vocal Collective to perform the national anthem. And if you could come and perform. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
At this time, we will open public comments. Tonight, the time frame for tonight's items will be 5 minutes each. And I will turn it, public comments, over to our city clerk.
At this time, the public present in the chamber are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the detailed.
Hear me? Oh, that's better. Congratulations on your election, Susanna Meyer and Faye Maloney. And congratulations on your re-election, Jovita Mendoza. Glad to have you all here. Main objective for the new council, it's very simple. Execute. The easy part is over, election is over, now the work starts. You did an amazing amount of policy work to improve transparency, equity, accessibility to city business, approved funding for critical projects. Now it is time for action and ask for completion of the sports park, innovation center, amphitheater during your tenures. Another objective is to find a competent city manager. We had enough examples of how ineffective current city manager is. Nice guy, but ineffective. Instead of being receptive to council's request, he is fighting you on every step of the way and constantly finding excuses. Also, you heard how low employee morale is amongst city workers during labor negotiations. It is his responsibility to make sure the employees are happy and have a stimulating work environment. You need to keep him accountable. It's as simple as providing a verbal update on top 5-6 projects for the city every 2 weeks, and that will be a good start. What we currently see is constant slow walking of projects. There are several examples I can bring up, but I want to focus, for instance, on one item that it's close and I experience it every day. Is the traffic mitigation on Lonoc Road. We are adding almost 100 homes in the area, over 200 children to a private school in the neighborhood, all this on top of existing Adams School traffic and the cut-through traffic from Brent Boulevard to O'Hara. City Council, you asked several months ago for an analysis and solutions for traffic in this area. You were ignored. The resident along Long Oak, Gracie Lane, repeatedly asked for analysis and traffic mitigation for the last 4 or 5 years, and we were ignored. I was optimistic when I mentioned in a previous comment, possibly back in May this year, that we will have some answers in November. Here we are in December, still nothing. If this is not a prime slow walking, a prime example of slow walking project, I don't know what it is. So please, direct staff through the city manager to execute on vital projects for our city. Parks and Recs, responsible for sports complex, amphitheater, economic development for innovation center, and bringing solid businesses and good jobs to our city. Thank you for your attention.
I have 3 speaker cards with the last name Dash. If the 3 would like to speak consecutive, sure.
I'm here. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member Jovita, Brentwood City officials, former Council Member Karen Ray, and the residents of Brentwood for the steady first support on the Highway 4 Soundwall project at Sienna community. This was lingering for almost like 5 years. The new soundwall along on the highway project has significantly improved our community's quality life. While it doesn't completely eliminate the noise, it represents a greater enhancement. I took on the challenge because it was the right thing to do, not for personal gain, but because we all deeply care about our children, our families, and well-being of everyone in our city. This effort was grounded in strong evidence, supported by a detailed history of events where things went wrong, along with extensive documents and debates. Several city council members later stepped in to champion the cause. Completing the sound wall significantly below the approved budget was a remarkable achievement. It is essential to recognize that this success was a collective effort, and politicizing it demands the contribution of everyone involved. When I first raised this concern in August 2018, none of the current city council members were in office except Joe, who was serving at the time as the vice mayor of our city. Jovita, Susanna, and others from Trilogy, Deer Ridge, neighboring areas were among the first to understand and support the challenges we faced. Their dedication to do what is right, even when support from those in power was limited, has been nothing short of admirable. Over the past 4 years, I've seen Jovita, Susanna, and several other city members regularly come to meeting well prepared, ask insightful questions, and make decisions that prioritize the city's best interest. I have also observed moments of disagreement among council members, with Joe stepping in to reduce and diffuse tension. These are the qualities we need in our city's leadership. I want to give special recognition to Joe, our current mayor, for his important role on the Soundwall project. Some have joked that while Trump struggled to complete a wall during his first term, Joe, with a valuable support of Vice Mayor, Jovita Council Member, Brentwood City Office, and residents of Brentwood, was able to complete in his first term office as a mayor. This achievement signifies what we can accomplish when we work together as a community. I also want to extend a warm welcome to the new team members joining our city council and offer my best wishes for the future success as they lead the city to greater heights. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Suyash Dash, son of Sukumar and Shivangi Dash, and I am a senior high school student at Heritage High School. It is a privilege to speak at this city council meeting to express my deep gratitude for addressing the Highway 4 Soundwall issue, which has profoundly impacted my life. For the past 5 years, I struggled to get a good night's sleep, and the challenge was even greater during the COVID-19 lockdown, when opening my windows for fresh air was nearly impossible. I vividly recall the visits from numerous city officials in 2018 and 2019 who came to our house to investigate the problem and experience firsthand the noise levels in my room, where it was hard to sleep, to study, or to live. I am truly thankful for the dedication of my parents, Council Member Jovita, Vice Mayor Susanna, and Mayor Joe, and the entire community. Their commitment has made my dream a reality and helped me focus on my future endeavors as a student. I was inspired, and I have taken the active role in advocating for this cause because I knew it would make a meaningful difference, not only for me, but for many families in the Siena community. It was the right thing to do, and as a young man, I am proud to have been part of this journey. I want to congratulate Mayor Mrs. Susanna and Jovita for winning the election. Thank you.
A very good evening to all. I'm just getting emotional because this just entails a lot of journey that we have been having, coming back and forth, speaking about the Soundwall issue, which my husband just presented about that. My son went through it, so my daughter. But we feel at peace that somehow this has definitely mitigated the problem that we were enduring for the past year and coming back and forth, trying to make ourselves heard. And there were the other people who also gave us unwavering support, including some of the esteemed council members, especially Jovita Mendoza and Susanna Mayer and Mr. Joel Bryan. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. And our Siena community also, thank you. We are just representing them, and everybody, even the future residents who come over there, they know our journey with all gumption and with a fearless attitude that my husband, he just went forth with it. I was only supporting him in the backdrop, but nevertheless, I know the nights that he was awake, trying to get all papers just to prove the evidence that what we have been going through, and it was falling into deaf ears, but finally we were heard. And how? Thank you so much all. With all gratitude and humility, I thank you all, and I congratulate our the mayor and vice mayor and everyone, all our new leaders. I know we are going to go with just full force with all the support that you have. This city is a beautiful city, and it's going to welcome more residents into this beautiful city, and the support that you guys have been extending and the effort that you put into it to make it really comfortable for all of us to stay over here and enjoy this beautiful city of Brentwood. Thank you all so much, and you have a good rest of your evening.
Michael?
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Clement. I am a member of the Brentwood Veterans Memorial Building and the American Legion. I'm coming here today to address the Council for the support and the participation of not only Veterans Day, but our first annual Veterans Day Parade. It was a success, and it couldn't have been a success without the staff from the City Council. Special thanks out to Amanda and T and Lindsay, who came out and met with us on several occasions to make sure that all our needs were addressed, working with the city and the time constraints, and a lot of the things that had to be done in terms of getting this project up and going. It was a huge success. I got a lot of feedback from not only the VSOs, but the veteran community here in Brentwood and the surrounding areas, really showing a great appreciation for giving veterans and family members an opportunity to display their patriotism and their service to their country. The parade route was a great success as well. We started down there by Guerin School. We went straight up First Street, and what a great way to end our parade at the end of First and Maple Street, right in front of our hall, which turns 100 years old this year. And that served a lot of the veteran population here in Brentwood, Knights and Byron, Oakley, and Bethel Island. All these veteran communities out here were very strong, and they were very participative in their own communities. But now having our veteran parade, we were able to bring those veterans back into a central location, and Brentwood had a way of showing them that, you know, hey, you're remembered and you're honored. Having the veteran parade was definitely a way of bringing people out of their homes, bringing veterans out of their homes, and giving them a safe place to have their parade, to be honored by their families, their communities, and their fellow veterans. I met so many people out at the parade. We had veterans on horses, veterans on tractors, veterans on motorcycles. We had veterans in cars, veterans in military vehicles, veterans walking, veterans marching. We had veterans from all over the spectrum that says, hey, we just can't be pigeonholed. We're a very diverse community as well, but we all share veteran status. And that was a huge accomplishment for us as well, is to have all those people come out and participate. We did have our 25 by 15 foot flag as a nice backdrop inside the hall. A lot of people came in, and they were able to take pictures with their families, take pictures with their veteran service organizations. Police and fire were there as well, and it was a nice way to bring everybody together and have a nice way to show our patriotism in front of the flag. A special shout out and a special thanks to George Serrano, who brought out his 1954 convertible Chevrolet, who took our first Grand Marshal, who was Denny Baker, who was an F-8 pilot in the Navy. He had a great story to tell. A lot of people walked up to him and asked him a bunch of questions, and he was very obliged to answer all of them. Our pass and review station, which was done by Wayne Tunick. He made sure that everybody was recognized who participated in the parade, that came out, and they stopped and paused, rendered a salute, and they passed through. And that's a very huge impact on Veterans Day parades, is to have that officer out there recognizing everybody for their diligence and their commitment to the parade. The children and the families that I spoke to, saying, hey, Mike, you know, thanks a lot for putting this on, being the driver of this event. You know, having my child come out here and seeing veterans walk in the parade certainly brought something that I couldn't read to them, I couldn't tell them, but by being there and witnessing it and seeing it, there was no explanation that I needed to do. It was just basically seeing everybody out there and then asking these children and these family members questions and being able to participate. And Joel Bryant, I want to say thank you very much for being that person who supported us veterans for the last 4 years of your tenure here in the city. And you always made yourself available. And we want to say thank you from the veterans, the American Legion, the Marine Corps League, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and all the auxiliaries. So thank you very much for doing a great job. Our hats are off to you for doing that. Also, the Veterans Day ceremony was the next day, so we had a lot of high energy on that. We had the rain come in, but that didn't stop us from performing the event. So with that, thank you very much, sir.
Paul?
Just 1 second. Thank you for the beautiful song in recognition of our flag, which represents valor, purity, and diligence, something we should remember these days. I would like to start off with a quote from the TV show Game of Thrones. She would watch her country burn if she could be queen over the ashes. We avoided this, but entrenched forces continue to influence what happens in our city and to our lives in everything from residential zoning to education to healthcare and to public safety. Here are some of the highlights from the outgoing administration, which we are now compelled to address. 1, enabled the illegal trafficking and abuse of nearly 15 million people for political gain. 2, allowed in hundreds of thousands of violent gang members, criminals, and international insurgents who threaten our community. 3, allowed upwards of 500,000 minors to be released into the hands of unvetted domestic transporters. 4, lost track of 350,000 children who are probably living in slavery, resold into worldwide trafficking networks, or killed. 5, facilitated in 4 years the illegal transport of 40 times the number of humans to America as occurred during 2 centuries of African transatlantic slavery. Will Brentwood support DHS ICE in apprehending and removing illegals, beginning with the criminals, and in trying to find and rescue the missing children? 6, has enabled the deaths of 250,000 Americans to CCP and Mexican cartel-pushed fentanyl. This is 4 times the number lost in the Vietnam War. There are still challenges to a prosecution safe community mentality in our courts. The recent $1 million settlement in Brentwood is an example. Is Brentwood equipped to handle the explosion of drug use and crime? 7, has aggressively pursued the Marxist DEI policy of racism, division, and discrimination. Many corporations, universities, and several states are now rejecting this dangerous and failed philosophy, adopting instead the principles of unity, equality, and opportunity, or merit, excellence, and intelligence. Will Brentwood do the same? 8, our children are used as income generators for Big Pharma and leverage for school union contract negotiations during lockdown. They are over-medicated at school, subject to dangerous and deadly COVID drugs, and coached about gender identity and transitions, often involving aggressive drug and surgical treatments, disregarding the will of parents. New research is linking the contaminant fluoride in drinking water to possible neurological danger to children. What position will Brentwood take in questioning the policies of Contra Costa Health and the woefully corrupt CDC and FDA as they stand today? 9, dysfunctional DOE, CADOE, and union leadership needs to be overhauled to promote local teaching practices focused on fundamental education as opposed to social issue grooming. A significant portion of our children cannot perform reading and math at grade level, and that 20% of Gen Z believe communism is a better social system than capitalism and democracy of and by the people. The use of school choice like Vineyards Academy and alternate learning initiatives such as AAMP, African American Mentorship Program, must also be supported. How would Brentwood respond to the crisis in the education of our children? I'd like to see something coming out of the group that talks about these things. Thank you very much.
Ian?
Well, it's been a while. I've been busy with college and stuff. I just want to say thank you to this current council. You guys have done so much for me personally, and also for the city. You guys really pushed me into city politics. There's so many things I could go down, but first, I served on the youth commission. I sat in the very same dais you guys sat on, especially same chair as you, Mayor Bryant. I miss being on the dais and serving my city, but I moved on to county level efforts. But while I was on the Youth Commission, you all were very supportive, and you still are very supportive for the Youth Commission as we change things around post-pandemic. Because we were at an all-time low, and now I cannot wait to see the craft night, and then you guys were out there at the multicultural fair. I can go on and on, but I know I only got 5 minutes, and there's a lot I want to cover. But also the oil ban. You guys helped protect Brentwood residents from toxic chemicals by imposing that ban here in city limits. Because we all remember right there in Shadow Lakes, they were trying to drill for oil. The ban didn't stop that, but we gave a sign to developers like, don't drill in our neighborhood. We don't want it, and Stanford has shown the risks and dangers of doing so. And also, I've been up here many times getting Earth Day proclamations from the council, and I really appreciate it. I still have those filed away. Sometimes I forget I have them, and I find them, and makes me feel special here in Brentwood since I've only been here for 5 years, and it's been a special 5 years so far. And also, Mayor Bryant, I just want to share a time where I first really got to meet you. It was during the oil ban. We were at, I think it was Blue Dolphin Park, and I was with my father. He was just appointed to the Parks and Rec Commission. I was the first Commissioner Cohen for the record, and I'm the first and so far only Chairperson Cohen. But you were telling us about your time in Oklahoma and how the oil drilling, like abandonment there, made you want to do the ban here in the city of Brentwood and protect us from the dangers you saw growing up out there. And we're going to miss you as mayor. But for the new council, I really hope you guys keep up the great work. And to first, I want to welcome future council member Faye Maloney to the team. I know she's in Germany right now, but I hope you can hear me. I go to school in Hayward, and I don't know, I might be leaving Brentwood in the near future, as sad as I say it, but I have no complaints about Hayward PD, and I know you do a great job over there in the General Affairs Department. And it's funny, because I live here in Brentwood and spend a good time my time in Hayward. And you're gonna do a great job here in Brentwood, and you do a great job out in Hayward, and I'm excited to see what you do out here. And for the new council, really what I want you guys to focus on. Oh, well, first, sorry, my brain is so scattered. First, I need to congratulate 2 people. Vice Mayor Meyer, congrats on becoming future mayor. You have big shoes to fill, and you ran a great election. And to Councilmember Mendoza, I'm glad to have you representing me still. You really stuck your neck out there during that October surprise of a media story when people were afraid the specific person will never go on camera to show his face and state the allegations against you. You did a great job, and I'm glad you won. But to your opponent, he ran a great campaign, and it was all nice and fair in the end. But that now to the new council. First, I want to update on the Sand Creek Road. What's going on Sand Creek Road? I want to know the extension. I drive out on the other side of Lone Tree Way a lot, and I want that extension to get me home a lot quicker, especially with railroad construction Antioch's doing on Lone Tree right now by In and Out. That's a real pain in the butt with that traffic, especially right now. I don't know what Antioch's doing. And also, I read in the East Bay Times that Sutter Health actually owns one of the parcels within the streets of Brentwood. I want to see the new council, see if we can get Sutter Health to develop that property. It's in the article from the East Bay Times about Central Cal buying out the property, and they mentioned that Sutter Health owns one of those vacant parcels. So I'm excited. I'm sad to see this current council go, especially you, Mayor, but I'm excited for this new council. And have a great night and happy holidays to all of the hardworking staff out here.
Danny?
Good evening. First off, a round of applause for our soon-to-be Mayor Cohen over there. Believe me, he has my vote, so you're going to have a run for your money, soon-to-be Madam Mayor. Second, thank God for the First Amendment, because the speaker before, oh my God. And that actually runs me into my comment today. If you see my rants on Facebook, you know what I'm getting ready to talk about. I call it the FAFO virus. FAFO, frick around and find out. I had it nationally, but I broke it down here locally. And here are the symptoms of the FAFO virus. Finding out that bridal gate can't be stopped. Realizing what YIMBY really means. And that there is a deep state. Well, a deep city management. The good news is that the man whose name I will never mention will finally retire knowing he got his 18-year goal, bridal gate. And then there are secondary symptoms. Denial. Denial that your housing value will go down. It will. Realizing that traffic, education, and infrastructure here is screwed because of what is to come. And I'm not just talking bridal gate. Bridal gate is the tip of the spear. The FAFO virus, we brought it upon ourselves. And then lastly, and that's why I was chuckling over here, to my new councilwoman of District 1, who's not even here tonight, officially for her first session in council. Her first. And she's not even here tonight. Okay, she's in Germany, but what? Did you guys just say, hey, today's going to be the day that we're going to do this? I don't think so. So even on her first day, she's not here. Now, let me go into what I was going to say. You were not my choice, Councilwoman. I don't think you are any more qualified than the person who lost. And just as an aside, the person who lost showed up at a planning meeting in the hospital just to do her duty. But I want you to succeed. All right? What's my choice? What's our choice? You are an experienced blind pilot trying to land this plane called Brentwood Air. You're flying over a thunderstorm and a mountain range. I live here. Do I want her to fail so I could say, see, I told you so? No. I need her to succeed. I need you all to succeed because I live here. We have no choice. And on the note of this current, soon-to-be different council, I do thank you. I know Bridalgate certainly wasn't your fault. These last 2 years, I think everyone here made a concerted effort to try and not stop Sino, because you're not going to stop them, but at least have them build common sense housing. I don't know what the closed session meeting was on. I will suggest highly whatever the next iteration of Bridalgate is, which will be the 4th iteration, take it. Because the 5th iteration will be ridiculous, forcing you to say no, and then he'll just have whatever he wants. So it's a bad hand, but it is the only hand we have. I look forward to doing all this again next year. Thank you.
Mark?
Good evening, council members. This is my client, Ming Zhang. I'm here to request that this item be put on the January 10th calendar. I contacted the city clerk. I submitted a package requesting it. I don't know if the council members received copies of it. This is in regards to a property at 1005 Meadowbrook Drive in Brentwood, and it's an administrative fine. She rented the property to a tenant. That unbeknownst to her, the tenant grew marijuana in excess of what the ordinance, and then she ended up with a property at a special assessment fine on her property taxes of $179,000. This is it's really disproportionate to actually what her liability should be. It would bankrupt her. She doesn't have the money. She's already taking a negative on the property. She did what the city wanted. The city had cited her for a number of building code issues that were in that the tenant constructed in order to facilitate this indoor marijuana grow. And she corrected everything, spent plenty of money on that. And she's willing to, accept financial responsibility, but this amount is way beyond what she can afford. And I think that it's a public policy to at least have a responsible citizen and a responsible landlord in the city of Brentwood. She has a family of 4 living there now. They're law-abiding. They care about the property. They're good residents. And it would be a shame to let this thing go into foreclosure and then push them out the door. I don't think that was the purpose of the ordinance. I think really the purpose of the ordinance was to let landlords know, don't grow stuff here. It was really to focus on the person who was doing the growing. Now, like most ordinances, what happens is they have to put the responsibility actually on the landowner. And that's what happened here. Now, at the hearing, there's an administrative hearing, which they found her to be liable because that's what the ordinance says. And her attorney didn't really make a big push about how devastating that fine would be for her. And the only thing, I know you can't decide anything today, and my whole purpose coming here is to see if we can get this on the agenda for January 10th and see if you can at least hear out the arguments why a reduced fine, not an elimination of fine, but a reduced fine would serve the purpose as a deterrent, a penalty, without bankrupting Miss Zhang. Anyway, I hope that you can put it on the calendar. We're out of options at this point. We have to come before the city council. You have the authority, I believe, to reduce this fine if you see fit. So I appreciate that you would do so. At least put it on the calendar so we can have a full discussion. Thank you so much for your time.
Leanne, followed by Supervisor Burgess.
Hello, I'm just here tonight from Tri-Delta Transit, and we have had the privilege of having Mayor Bryant and Councilmember Orlemans on our board. And we just wanted to say thank you so much, Mayor Bryant, for all that you've done in service of the community and also in support of public transportation and Tri-Delta Transit. And we look forward to our continued relationship with the council and with the city of Brentwood. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Burgess.
Good evening. Congratulations. I'm here for the changing of the guard, but I figured I would use public comments to give you some updates on things that I've been doing. My name is Supervisor Diane Burgess. I am your representative for Contra Costa County, and I'm your newest resident of Brentwood. Jovita, you are my city councilwoman. As your Board of Supervisors, we have been working on a lot of great projects. And Joel, I want to say thank you for all you've done over the years as a friend, as a council member and as a mayor. And because of the work that you've done, and because of the work that you all do, I've been working on some different things that are going to be coming to Brentwood. The first thing that I'm really excited to talk to you about is the East County Service building. It's going to be a county facility that will help bring services to East Contra Costa. We own a property on technology, and we are looking to build 113,000 square foot building that will house 360 employees of the county that will work here. Hopefully they'll be residents. They will shop here. So I'm excited to bring jobs to Brentwood and services. The other exciting thing, and I'll just tell you, at this point, we're still deciding who's going to be in this building. But so far, it looks like Employment and Human Services, Health Services, the County Clerk Recorder's Office, Veteran Services, Child Support Services, Probation, the District Attorney, the Public Defender, the Department of Information Technology, and your County Supervisor will be in that office as well. We expect to serve at least 300 residents per day with over 400 parking spaces for staff and the public. The other exciting thing that we're building is a youth center. With Measure X money, we each were able to tackle bringing in youth centers. And since there was nothing in East Contra Costa as far as District 3, we went looking in the major cities of Antioch, Oakley, and Brentwood. And we found a property that is going to be on Windy Springs Lane. And that's where the fire station is going to be built as well. It's a 5-acre parcel, and we're going to divide it, and the youth will have a place right next to the firehouse. I'm hoping that this youth center is going to provide the traditional things that you would see in a youth center, whether it's mental health, sports, music, giving kids an opportunity to be exposed to things that they haven't necessarily been exposed to. I'm also working with the building trades to hopefully bring something that'll give kids an opportunity to consider jobs within industries that they don't necessarily have to go to college for, because that's not always the track that all kids are on. The other two things that I'm excited about are the fire stations that we're bringing. And one of them will be on Windy Springs Lane, and the other one is downtown. And it's interesting because just a few years ago, we were working on the challenges with our fire district. We had 9 people protecting 250 square miles. The challenges of having enough people to deal with a big fire. We had challenges with health and making sure people got the right level of services. We now have paramedics showing up, and we have more than doubled the number of people. But we need to add these 2 fire stations. And in the meantime, we've seen changes in our climate. We've seen these big fire situations. And we're also seeing the challenges of, I am running out of time. Okay, I'm going to tell you that right now, Brentwood has a ISO rating of 4. 1 to 10 is the rating, and a 1 is the best. Is that right? Yes, 1 is the best, 10 is the worst.
I have no additional speaker card. Oh. I'm sorry, I can't return speakers, but a new speaker may speak.
Sorry.
We have a speaker at this time, sir.
Thank you. I am here in my capacity as sister. And I'm here because I am so proud, so incredibly proud of my sister Jovita. They went after her. They dragged her or tried to drag her, and she rose above it all. She is there sitting in her second term as Brentwood City Council member, and did not let them deter her. She fought hard and she represented community. There are so many people that look at you and are so proud of you, including our family, our mom, your nephews, your kids, and other brown kids, Black and brown kids, who look at you guys sitting up there representing us. You know, white supremacy came hard, and a lot of people want to ignore that it exists, and it exists very much in this community. And they tried to tear you down, and you didn't let them. And I'm proud of you every single day for standing up there and speaking your mind as a woman, because again, as a woman, they try to come after you saying you're too loud, you're too abrasive, right? You're rude. I don't think that's rude. I think you're showing up. You are well-researched. You know your things, and you stand up and you say what's on your mind. And you have the data and the information to back it up. So keep it up. We're here behind you. We're always rallying with you. Susanna, congratulations. Madam Mayor and Joel. Woo. Boy, I'm sure you're gonna kick your feet up now a little bit more. So yeah, thank you so much, Hova. I'm proud of you and I love you. Oh, I did not know we could still do the public speaking.
Hello, how are you? My name is Marianela Mendoza. I'm Jovita Mendoza's sister. I am not a resident of Brentwood or even Contra Costa County. And I will tell you, when my sisters decided to move out here, I cried. I cried when they left Oakland. I cried when they left Alameda County. I was brokenhearted because I did not know what kind of community they were going to land in. Because some of us that look like us knew what was out here. And to say now, after all of your hard work and the hard work of other people who have recognized how hard it is for people that look like us to have any kind of say, I will just say, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. And Supervisor, you are lucky to have her as your city council person. And Susanna, very proud of you as well, Lady Mayor, as we will say. But I also want to say that there's going to be a lot more hard work and a lot more people that are going to try to undermine all of the hard work that my sister has laid the groundwork for. And some of us, a lot of us, in my family especially, have been paying attention and have been taking notes, and we know who you are. So, yeah, that's all I got to say. And congratulations to all the newly elected members, even the one that isn't here.
Hello. I know that I have stood up here and said it over and over again, but since tonight is the official night, I would like to take the opportunity again. First, I'd like to start with congratulating Joel on his retirement from council. Please enjoy the time that you'll have with your family now. You've done a wonderful job. I have very much enjoyed chatting with you in the times that we've been able to, and sharing stories with each other and just learning more. I have been so blown away to learn what your life has been and what you bring every day to both council and your position as a pastor. With that said, congratulations, Faye. I know you're not here. Enjoy Germany. And I look forward to bringing issues before you in the future. And I do, I know that I helped your opponent campaign, but I'm here for strong women. And I really, really hope that that what you're able to bring to the council is a good fit, and that you will listen to your constituents and take what they have to say to heart. That being said, Jovita and Susanna, I've really valued your friendship. I'm so proud of both of you. Sorry. It was really such an honor to be able to work alongside of you on both of your campaigns. I learned so much. And while I, stand here in my, it's my last week of classes for the semester and I feel like my head might explode, I want you both to know that you were the catalyst in the inspiration for me to go back to school and finally pursue what I've said for years and years has been a passion of mine and just was never fully realized. And I wasn't sure what that path was going to look like, but the constant lifting up that, not only you showed me, but you showed our entire city. Obviously, it went noticed because here you are in your reelection, in being our first woman mayor in 30 years and only the third in Brentwood's history. I think that's amazing. And again, I couldn't be prouder. In the words of Michelle Obama, when they go low, you all went high. And it is a precedent that I love to see, and I hope that I can live my own life half as well. Thank you.
I don't believe I have any additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. And I will begin to my left with Councilman Orlemans.
Thank you and welcome everybody this evening. It's really nice when we see a crowd out there paying attention to everything we're doing. I'm going to limit my public comment or my informational report to just one event. I was able to attend the PAL Shop with a Cop, and I'm going to explain what it is because when I mentioned this to another group of people, they all looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. It's a phenomenal event that is put on by our Brentwood Police Activities League that sponsors kids, that takes them out shopping for Christmas. I sit on the PAL board, and we have a tamale fest to raise the money to put this event on. We sponsored 16 kids, picked them all up in police cars with a police officer, with an explorer, brought them out to the Brentwood Cafe, had breakfast. Santa Claus joined us there for a very short period of time. We got in the cars, we drove over to Target, and each kid was given a $500 gift card to shop for Christmas gifts. A lot of them did it for their own gifts. Numerous ones were buying gifts for family members. It was really an enjoyable thing to see. Police cars come driving in, lights and sirens going, all the Target people standing in front cheering, Santa Claus standing in front cheering, and then these kids get the opportunity to go into Target. They're greeted with hot chocolate and cookies and a great festive environment. They get to shop for the day, and each one of those each one of those families was given a $250 gift card to Food Max for the holidays. It's a phenomenal group of people that work in PAL. All of this was done voluntarily by all of them. Nobody's getting paid to do this. It's all from the goodness of their hearts, and they spend a lot of time doing it, and they deserve a lot of recognition. Phenomenal event. If you get a chance to go to the Tamale Fest for next year's, we're going to keep doing it over and over and over again. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I am going to go down my list, sorry. Although I do think that sounds like a phenomenal event. Attended the Teach Bingo fundraiser at Trilogy for the Los Bodanos College students. Attended the Mayor's Conference, a Place of Learning fundraiser, Streets of Brentwood tree lighting ceremony, the Downtown Annual Holiday Parade and tree lighting ceremony, California League of Cities webinar on new legislation and impact on cities. A lot to take in there. 2 separate diversity, equity, belonging, and inclusion meetings, and I'll let Councilmember Pearson talk about the focus of those meetings. Watched the Planning Commission meeting. I had a meeting with the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Volunteered at the East Contra Costa Historical Society Christmas on the Farm event. Got to teach kids how to use a very old corn planter. It was very interesting. And then I had a meeting with the district representative for State Senator Steve Glazer and received a Senate resolution. And thank you all so much for coming. My family is here as well, and some drove from pretty far away, and it means so much to me. And for the rest of you that came in support, we have a lot of friends here, and a lot of people reached out to learn more about this event and being able to take part. So thank you so much for all of you for coming.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and to my family, thank you for being here. Okay, attended the Teach Bingo event at Trilogy to raise funds for Los Medanos. If you want to raise funds for community college, it's a fantastic group up at Trilogy. Attended the Place of Learning fundraiser. Attended the California League of Cities Latino Caucus Public Relations and Strategic Plan Committee. Attended the League Leaders Briefing for the League of Cities. Attended the Women's Elected Luncheon, the lighting of the Christmas tree at the streets of Brentwood, the holiday parade and tree lighting here in Brentwood. Watched the Planning Commission meeting, and then was invited to attend the League Leader session with electeds across the state to come up with the priorities for California League of Cities, and attended the Christmas on the Farm at the Contra Costa Historical Society. Thank you.
Councilmember Pearson.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in the last few weeks, I went to the Veterans, was a participant with all the council members in the Veterans Day Parade, which was awesome. And the salute at the end was just a really emotional moment. And then attended the holiday parade, which was really cold, but really fun. And it was my son's birthday, so he really enjoyed being in a parade for his birthday. I went to Sacramento, to our capital for the swearing in of our Assembly member, Ana Marie Avila Farinas, and then her after party. Volunteered for Thanksgiving food giveaway at the Rock Church in Antioch. But a lot of Brentwood residents showed up for food. Attended the Working Wonders fundraiser at Brentwood Craft Beer and Cider, of which I learned they raised $6,000, which was awesome. And then I attended 2 separate diversity, equity, belonging, and inclusion meetings where we discussed things like how we can support other people in our community, and how we can do more things to improve diversity for everybody, because diversity does matter. And we also talked about Juneteenth, and we have some really, really good acts coming up down the pipeline that we won't share yet until we get closer to getting a contract. But I know you got it right, Roger, sorry. But yeah, we're excited about where we're going with this. So Parks and Rec has done a phenomenal job. So yep, here we go. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the Delta Senior Bingo Send-Off from our Brentwood Senior Center facilities. The couple that have been overseeing the bingo on a regular basis are moving out of town. And so we met at the Delta Theater today to show them the appreciation for all the time and effort they put into that program. I also attended the Police Activities League Shop with a Cop. I attended the police department's Christmas party for their families as Santa. There were nearly 40 little children, and it's really fun to see the kids get excited about the holidays. Attended the swearing in of one of our new officers at our police department. I attended the Tri-Delta meeting as well. I met with the Girl Scout troop and gave them a tour of the city. And I met with Scout Pack 21, answered a lot of questions, and Sergeant Brulette also attended with our police special operations vehicle, rescue vehicle. The scouts were treated to a time with Sergeant Brulette, who is the sergeant that was a few years ago. Sergeant Brulette was our school resources officer who got nationally recognized, internationally recognized by the students. And there's a video online if you want to look at it on YouTube, where all of the students thanked him for the outstanding work he has done in encouraging them in our community. And I just want to thank our police department for showing up for our scouts and our schools. And I attended the holiday parade where I got to see a lot of our very, very cold neighbors out in the fog. And our staff did such an outstanding job. I want to thank our staff for all the work that they did and the volunteers with that as well. And with that, I have nothing further to report. So at this time, we'll move into consent calendars. And do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the consent calendar, but I'd actually like to move item F5 in regards to Hanson Lane to our next meeting.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second for all of the consent calendar, moving item F5 to the next council meeting. All in favor, aye?
Aye. If I may,
Yes, I'm sorry.
there we go. I'd like to read the ordinance titles for item F2.
Thank you, Amanda.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code, RZ 24-005, which would prohibit new car washes and expand permission for alternative fuel stations, as well as Ordinance 1079, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment to Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 17.796, RZ 24-005, which would more clearly define and prohibit short-term rentals.
Thank you. We do have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. This time we will move into presentations, item G1, and I will turn it over to the city manager at this time.
Well, this is a special occasion to recognize the mayor as he prepares to leave office. And obviously we needed to put this time in the agenda so we could recognize those who are here to support that effort. If you'll meet me down at the podium down here. Okay, right here. We'd like to express our appreciation to the mayor, who's finishing up on serving 14 years with the city council as city council member, vice mayor, and mayor, and working diligently on all kinds of other opportunities. Oh, thank you. In addition to serving as the chaplain, which I assume you may still be interested in helping that with, and we appreciate your service there. So we've gotten you a few little going away gifts to show our appreciation to you. We first want to recognize you with your own street sign, Mayor Bryant Way. And on the back side, that's not showing up on the camera, let's go over here. Recognizing your diligence as the chaplain, so proudly serving the Brentwood Police Department, chaplaincy program, and community since 2005 and ongoing. As you have wielded the gavel, give you a ceremonial plaque with such gavel. I wouldn't try banging on that one though. And then we have one more, and this is a key to the city. A key that you have given out to others and have earned with your long service on the council. So you're welcome to come and unlock any door anytime. So thank you much. And I believe the city council also has some things, and so we'll turn it over to them now.
Hey, Roger. All right. Joel. We as a council have a couple of retirement gifts in this bag, but there was one piece we ordered that says it all. the legend, has officially retired. Be proud of the work you have done. Never forget the difference you have made, the person you are, and the lives you've touched. Enjoy the next chapter. You will be missed by us all. Happy retirement. And we did one other thing. Amanda, do you mind putting it on the screen for us? Joel has this unique ability of letting us know little things like he's a Tom Cruise lookalike, that he's modeled, that he plays instruments, he sings. I mean, he has jobs that, his jobs have jobs. And I've never met another human being in my entire life. Today is my 46th birthday. And in all of 46 years, I've never met anyone with as many jobs as Joel Bryant. And because of that, we created your very own superhero Funko. And he's wearing a cape that'll be delivered to you very soon, but he's wearing a cape because you're a superhero, and we're really proud to work with you. Thank you, Joe.
Oh my God, I don't want to cry now. I want to cry. No, you. Oh God. So, I appreciate you because you let me be me when other people don't want me to be me. So thank you, and that's all I can say.
Joel, I met you before I was on council, and at a time when I had absolutely no idea I wanted to be on council. But even then, I was hugely impressed and inspired by you, and I think there are a couple of words that whenever I hear them, I'm going to think of you, and I think you'll all agree with me: community and families. Because just about every agenda item, every comment you make, every single council meeting, community and families comes out. And what that means to me is those are some pretty good focus areas. But I have to say, like sitting next to you, being appointed and recommended for the position of vice mayor by you, it's been an honor. I've learned a lot from you. I think exactly what Jovita has said about you letting us speak and be what we need to be. And you've talked over and over again about how our council brings so much to the table because there's so much diversity and there's so many different perspectives and so many different backgrounds that we're a well-rounded council, and you bring that to us and you honor us for that, and I appreciate it. And I hope you'll stay in touch with me because you do have big shoes to fill. My feet are big, but not that big. So I truly appreciate your mentorship, and I appreciate what you've meant to the community over the years, and I know you're going to be highly missed, and you better start showing up at stuff because you will hear from all of us if you don't. But thank you for everything. We know where you live. Yeah, I'm in your neighborhood.
I'm not super excited about public speaking, especially without a script or something in front of me, but Joel and I met in 2005 when he started as our chaplain with the city of Brentwood. I remember his first ride along in my police car and the questions and the excitement and the community and family that we're there to support. That always has come out of his mouth since 2005 when I first met him. We became great friends. We've always been friends. He married my wife and I as the chaplain, my daughter and her husband. He's going to be the part of the Orlemans family forever, and his commitment to this community is, you can't measure it. It's forever. He's a great man, and it's going to be a great loss, but congratulations on moving on.
Thank you. I'm almost out of words. I know that's surprising to everyone. I do want to thank all of you. It has been a tremendous honor and privilege to serve our community. We truly do have some of the finest individuals and families in our community. From every background, every life experience, and that's the thing that makes Brentwood strong and beautiful and better. And the nice thing is we can meet together, express ourselves honestly, and still walk away loving the fact that we're neighbors and that we're friends. And I have learned so much from all of you and from all of our community and from our staff. We have such a magnificent staff that genuinely want the best for our community. And and I love the fact that I've been able to raise my family in this community. And they left, went to school, came back, and they live in this community. And I'm thankful for that because we get to see each other. And you have to live a life that if you go to one of the grocery stores and you're standing next to one of your neighbors, that they feel safe and heard to be able to express their frustration, their joy, whatever it is they're feeling, and know that you love them, that you care about them, and that you are hearing what they're saying. And I know that Brentwood is in wonderful hands for the future, and it has been a tremendous privilege and honor to serve you on City Council.
One more.
Hello, my friend. Joel and I got elected about the same time, right? Was it the exact same time? He was a city council member in Brentwood, and I was a city council member in Oakley. And we're very different. We don't agree on everything. But we developed a friendship. And it's a lot about what you were saying and what your colleagues were saying about you. But I remember standing right outside over there, and you reminded me of a quote. And it is "The Man in the Arena" by Teddy Roosevelt. And I'm going to put woman in there too, so, you know. It is not the critic who counts, not the man or woman who points out how the strong woman or man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the human who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcomings. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends theirselves in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if they fail, at least fails while daring greatly, so that this place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. And it describes our adventures together in politics. We didn't always agree, but we cared about solving problems. And I wanted to show up today and acknowledge you as a leader and as a friend. So, this very fancy certificate is for the Honorable Mayor Joel Bryant, hereby recognizing you for your years of dedicated service to the city of Brentwood, to Contra Costa County, and to the region. Your leadership and contribution to the betterment of the community is remarkable and invaluable. And may you continue to be a champion for the city of Brentwood, an example to all for your acts of service and all you do for the community. Thank you.
want to thank all of you for your tremendous kindness and generosity. You will forever be a very big part of my life and my family's life. At this time, we'll move into public hearings.
Through the mayor. I do
Yes.
have one public comment for this presentation, if that's okay. They missed the initial.
Yes.
Carrie?
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do the agenda item or public comment, but here we are. The last couple times we've been together, we've been joking about the countdown of when we were going to be done in our times of service. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Carrie Reiser, and I am the president of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce for 20 more days. But I want to thank you, Joel, for the support that you've given the chamber these last 4 years, then also your years as vice mayor, and then your years as a council person. I met you 4 years ago. You probably don't remember, but I do, and I always have. Quick Quack Car Washes, ribbon cutting. And I was new to the chamber, fairly new to the board. We were coming out of COVID. But you sat and talked with me for quite a while. Still wasn't sure like where I kind of fit in and everything. You thanked me for the work of the chamber, but then you thanked me for bringing my business to the community and that it was needed. And I appreciated that. And I've always remembered that. Like I said, I don't know if you do, but I do. And I thank you for that because it has been kind of the driving force in, serving even more with the chamber. So thank you again for all of your support. I also want to thank all of you here. This year, you guys have made my year really easy, and I appreciate that. You've come to our events, you've been supportive. Lead meetings have been great, and I appreciate that. And then for Susanna, thank you for opening the door to us last week and speaking with us and all of the exciting things that are going to be moving forward. We are so excited to be working with you and with this new council coming in. Congratulations on your reelection. And to Faye in Germany, congratulations as well. And we're looking forward to working with you. And Tony and Pat Nisha, we have done great things and we're looking forward to doing great more. Unfortunately, Adam Martinez, who is our incoming president for 2025, he couldn't be here today, but I know he also shares the same sentiments as I do. So once again, thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Joel, for everything. Please don't be a stranger. You are welcome to every chamber event we have going. If I could, I'd make sure you're still in the parade, but unfortunately it will not be in my, I won't be able to do that. But thank you again. And thank you all for everything you guys have done this last year. Again, you've made my life very easy. And so thank you again.
I would ask if we're allowing comments on Zoom. I do have one hand raised to the mayor.
Yes, and we also have some.
We'll take the one comment left in the chamber and then Rod on Zoom. Go ahead, Danny.
I think Amanda thought I was going to be mean up here, so she not overlooked me on purpose. But I first met the mayor on a Zoom call. This was when, just after Measure L, and I had no idea about city politics at all. And I have this little show on YouTube, and I reached out to all the candidates who were running for office in 2020 and asked to interview them. Joel was one of the first. Now, to put it in perspective, and this goes back to an earlier comment about October surprises this year. In 2020, there was surprises as well. And I won't go into the details about it. But the soon-to-be mayor answered the questions. And I had hard questions because I didn't know the guy. I didn't know Brentwood politics. And he was open, he was up front, and I was impressed. Fast forward a couple of years, fast forward about a year when I came in here for the first time. And I didn't realize how imposing of a guy he is. I went, oh, hello, Mr. Mayor. He doesn't look that big until you actually stand next to him, and he's like, wow. So I thought his personality was big, and it is. I just didn't realize his stature was almost as big. I want to say we became friends. The highlight for me was when we went to the Paris Escovedo concert 2 years ago. And as a parting gift, we both got COVID. We have not agreed on a lot of things, but I can honestly say that I could call the mayor and he'd take my call. And for us, it's like, well, okay, what's the big deal? It's just Joel, da-da-da. But it's, to be able to say I could pick up the phone and call the mayor is amazing. I'm sure I'll be able to do that with the soon-to-be Madam Mayor. Maybe not, but we'll find out. But he will be missed. He really will be. I was the first to congratulate him a couple of meetings ago, and I hope when Paris comes back, we'll be able to go check out that concert, and you'll actually have to bring your musical instrument because, dude, you could have played that night. But, he didn't want to show up in Escovedo, I guess. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your service. And we'll talk again soon.
Rod, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. Joel, I'm sorry I wasn't able to come tonight. I'm in Mexico, and I didn't prepare a comment because I wasn't aware that I was going to be able to speak on this item, but I am so glad I am able to. I want to thank you for your many years of service on City Council and as mayor. I know we haven't always agreed on every item, but I always appreciated that we could disagree without being disagreeable. And I respect you for that. And I respect all that you've done for the city and for the way that you've conducted yourself as mayor. And I just want you to know that I respect you as a person. And I think that you've done a great job there. And I wish you a great deal of success in everything that you do going forward. And while I have the mic, I want to also congratulate your successor, Susanna Meyer. Susanna, I'm also want to apologize to you that I wasn't able to attend tonight, but I did want to mention to the city that they are getting an excellent new mayor, that you're going to be a really great mayor. And I know this, I see this in you. And having known you for the last 4 years and seeing all that you've done. And I want to say that, but I know that you don't need me to say that because people will see that for themselves as the next 4 years move forward. And also I want to congratulate Jovita Mendoza on her victory and becoming once again a city council member and now my city council member as she's moved into my district with the redistricting. Jovita is a strong advocate for the people, for the residents, and I look forward to seeing her continue to do an excellent job on Brentwood City Council. And again, Joel, I want to thank you so much for everything that you've done for this city, and I wish you all the best. Thanks so much.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into public hearings. Item H1, this item is an application for the Bridal Gate project, and Alexis Morris, our Director of Community Development, will introduce the item. Alexis.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Before we turn it over to Cindy Ganos to make a presentation, I just wanted to let you know who's here tonight for the item. So we have myself, Eric, and Cindy. And on Zoom, we have Ben Huey with Kimley Horn, Rod Stinson with Rainey Planning and Management, who prepared the CEQA document, and Paul Ballard, our noise consultant. So we have that team here. So after Cindy makes her presentation, if at any point you're not quite sure who to direct a question to, please feel free to direct it to me, and I'll call on the right member of our rather large team tonight to answer the question for you. So I'll turn it over to Cindy Ganos now for the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight is an appeal hearing for the Bridal Gate project. On August 27th, 2024, the City Council held a public hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial. City Council directed staff to prepare a resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the project. The draft resolution for denial is attachment 1 to your staff report. City Council members raised several concerns at the August hearing, including traffic and circulation through St. Regis and San Jose, CEQA issues related to VMT and noise, preference for one large park rather than two small, PD 36 standards, a preference for a reduced number of units consistent with the prior project approval, and impacts to ridge lines. This map on the screen is the tentative map that was considered by City Council at that August hearing, which you directed staff to prepare the resolution for denial. Subsequent to the August 27th City Council hearing, the applicant submitted an alternate tentative map to address several of your concerns that had been raised. The revisions include elimination of project's access to St. Regis in San Jose, leaving an emergency vehicle access only, adding a second access to Sand Creek Road, providing one park, and a reduction from 272 to 269 units. The alternate tentative map complies with the PD 36 standards. This is an overall picture of the alternate map submitted by the applicant. And I have enlarged versions of the map to show the different components that have been modified. This is the proposed emergency vehicle access. The modification maintains the existing San Jose to St. Regis connection, but prohibits connections from the Bridal Gate subdivision. A 20-foot emergency vehicle access connection is provided, and bicycle and pedestrian connections would also be maintained. Here's an enlarged version showing the second connection to Sand Creek Road, which is noted as Oak Lane, and would be a right in, right out only access onto Sand Creek Road. And this is an enlarged single park. Parcel A totals 8.49 acres with 4.35 acres at less than a 3% slope. As part of the submittal of the alternate tentative map from the applicant, the proposed affordability levels were clarified, including 5% very low, 2% low, and 3% moderate. And I'd like to note that the applicant has not submitted an application for density bonus. The applicant also submitted a master plotting plan which shows the potential location of affordable units as shown with the red ovals on this map. Should the project move forward, this would be reviewed in detail as part of a future affordable housing agreement. Upon submittal of the alternate map, staff routed the map to city staff in Parks and Recreation, Police, and Engineering departments. In addition, it was routed to Contra Costa Fire Protection District and Caltrans. The only comment regarding the alternate map was from Caltrans, which was addressed through a draft condition of approval. Staff prepared resolutions for approval for this alternate map to address these modifications and conditions to address the EVA to meet Contra Costa Fire Protection District requirements as well as Caltrans. An additional CEQA memo was prepared which notes that the alternate map would not change any conclusions in the revised EIR. Council has options tonight. The first is project denial, consistent with the direction on August 27th. This could occur by adopting the resolution in attachment 1. The second is approval of the applicant's alternate map, which could occur by adopting resolutions in attachments 2 through 4. Alternatively, council could approve the map that it reviewed on August 27th. And if that's the direction council decides to go, we would just need a brief recess to pull forth the resolutions that were provided to you on that evening. So that concludes the presentation, and we're all here for questions if you have any.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, at this time, I will now open the public hearing. And we will open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take comments from those participating in the chamber first and then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes and your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. We did receive multiple written comments prior, and I will display a summary on the screen. The first speaker I have is Antonio. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll take the applicant first and then take general public comment following. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mayor Bryant, Vice Mayor Meyer, and council members, my name is Ryan Patterson. I'm representing the project applicant tonight. Really appreciate your time tonight. Appreciate staff's time as well, and all the time that's been put into this. We brought before you on August 27 what we saw as a good compliant project, but there was a lot of feedback. And I want you to know that we listened. We really listened to that feedback. We took it to heart. And we went back to the drawing board and put together an alternate project that we believe responds to those comments, and I think is actually quite improved with additional benefits to the community. We are respectfully asking tonight for council's consideration of this alternative project option in light of those efforts that we've made to improve it. Instead of 2 small parks, we're bringing to you 1 large parcel, 8.49 acres in the northwest corner of the project, including 4.35 acres with less than a 3% slope. This was requested by the community. Council members were interested in 1 large park instead of 2 smaller pocket parks. And I actually think it is a nice community amenity that will be more usable. Street connections. There was concern about impacts on traffic circulation. So we eliminated the proposed access at St. Regis Avenue and San Jose Avenue, but did preserve emergency vehicle access, which was another concern of council's, along with pedestrian and bicycle access. We created a second access point on Sand Creek Road called Oak Lane to meet subdivision standards. And as council members noted last time, there are unfortunately traffic issues in the city, but this project neither creates those issues or exacerbates them. In fact, We have done a tremendous amount of work with consultants, with staff, to make sure that that's the case with this new alternate. Unfortunately, these changes have caused a reduction in the number of homes in this project from 272 to 269. It's a small decrease, but in an environment where we need more housing, there are many people who don't have homes. That is something we take seriously. But that's an adjustment that we've had to make, a sacrifice that we've made in order to respond to the council's comments. This alternate has been thoroughly reviewed by multiple government agencies, by staff, by peer reviewers. The city's CEQA consultant reviewed the alternate plan and issued a lengthy memorandum confirming that there will be no significant environmental impacts with this alternate. It includes an updated VMT memo explaining the VMT methodology, and an updated noise memo. The alternate plan is designed and reviewed and peer reviewed to ensure the city's 45 decibel noise policy will be met. The affected windows will have a minimum STC rating of 34, which was something council was interested in last time. The interior noise standard is measured with windows closed, so noise from State Route 4 and Sand Creek Road will also be addressed by using wrapped sound walls. This is a state density bonus law project under Government Code Section 65915. But to clarify, it's not a local density bonus project subject to Brentwood Municipal Code Section 17.720.040. But even so, all of the requested information has been provided and reviewed by staff. I also want to clarify, it is correct. We have not applied for any density bonus. We're not seeking any additional density beyond what is already allowed by local code. But the waivers of development standards that are afforded by the density bonus law are actually automatic because the project includes 5% very low income units. So any development standards that would preclude approval of the project as proposed cannot be applied per state law. So for example, even if sub-area D standards or ridgeline policies were applicable objective standards, those could not be used to deny the project. This is a fifth hearing, so a decision will need to be made tonight per SB 330. And in conclusion, I again really want to thank staff for all of their time and hard work spent on this, trying to find what I think is really an improved project that responds to the community's requests and to council members' requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now take public comment from the council chamber. Antonio?
Mayor, council, thank you for your time this evening. The applicant just made a comment that this is the fifth and final meeting. Please don't let that weigh too much on you. They had this entire time to propose a version like this. They knew from the beginning that we wanted a single park and that traffic was an issue, and they waited to the last minute. So please don't let that control your decision. I live in the Shadow Lakes area. I know the traffic in this area very well, and that proposed alternate they made does not solve the solution. What they've done is remove a potential intersection from St. Regis and San Jose, so that any traffic that now needs to go down that route is being forced through the Rayleigh's parking lot or past Loma Vista. You're creating a worse problem. It's just not their problem anymore. That intersection is key. The connection from San Jose out to future expansion west is vital for this community. If you look at the map of the Shadow Lakes area, there is no connection north and south. Everyone has to go through the community. Compare that with the other side of Brentwood. We have Garin Parkway going north and south through communities. We have Sellers going north and south on the outside. When people have to go around the east side of Brentwood, they have alternate routes. Here on the west side of Brentwood, you're either cutting through Shadow Lakes or you're taking Route 4. That's it. People do not go out to Deer Valley. It's too far away. In the future, I assume we're going to have other north-south routes. The only way to connect to those routes will be if we maintain the westward connection of San Jose, which they are planning to remove with this alternate map. A westbound San Jose connection is vital, and removing it violates the circulation policy for the general plan. I'm okay with the rest of Bridal Gate. It's the traffic connected to San Jose that is important. So please, in your discussion later on, make that your number one talking point. Thank you.
Adam?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Adam Masters. I'm a resident in Brentwood and a business representative of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm here tonight representing a few hundred Brentwood residents who belong to my union, along with the electricians, plumbers, and sprinkler fitters. I'm asking you to uphold the appeal made by the developer and approve this much-needed housing project. The developer has listened to the community and has made significant changes from when it was first proposed. This project will also provide construction workforce-related community benefits. We have a binding agreement with the developer. It will mean local construction workforce will build this project. Millions in construction wages will be recirculated within our community. There will also be apprentices from our state-approved training centers. This means more opportunities for the Brentwood youth to gain a career in the trades. We believe this is the right project at the right location. We ask you to approve it. Thank you.
Sandra?
Hello, City Council members. My name is Sandra Myers. I'm an retired park commissioner for Danville and Brentwood. Just want to take a minute to thank you, Joel, for all of the years. We go back a long way. You have always been a friend of parks, and I appreciate it. You've been a friend of mine and let me bend your ear many, many times, and I do appreciate you. Thank you. I was on the Parks Commission for Brentwood when this project originally came back in, I don't even remember what year, but for 160 homes. I've gone through all of the changes that have been asked for over the years, and I am really pleased that I've been working a little bit with Ryan Patterson, and I am pleased that they heard the community. The community, if you're listening, are tired of these small pocket parks that we can't do anything with other than a playing apparatus, and a bigger park draws more of the family, where there's things for different age kids to do. And this project developer has come through with the 4 acres that we asked for. I cannot believe they did that, and I am really pleased. I do have concerns about the site, though, that I hope you'll look into. I got a few of my questions answered, but that the trail is continuing. So I hope that's correct. The trail that connects by San Jose and goes through the project before, and but I couldn't figure out, I'm sorry, but I can't read those maps when they're on the computer. A lot of contour lines in the northeast corner. I think that's right. I'm hoping they aren't getting credit for that, because it looked really more than 3%, but I'm sure Parks will look at that. I couldn't tell where the entrance was or if there's only one entrance. And I am concerned about the degree of slope, but I think Bruce will take care of that. Also, I'm concerned about the level of noise being that close to Sand Creek. I don't know if there's going to be berming, or I can't tell if Sand Creek is lower or higher than the park, but it's something please check out. And we're going to have parking in the park, which is going to use up some of the acreage, which I really want you, if you can, to consider use of the retention basin like we have at Creekside. We've used their retention basin for a baseball field, and this one would lend itself to that as well, just a pickup soccer field or something. And I think that's pretty much what I had, but I just wanted to compliment them again for listening to the community. It's been a while, and we have asked for a couple years that this have one park, but they did come through, and so thank you.
Ian?
I hate this project so much. It's a pain. This project is literally, as I heard, it's as old as I am. I'm 18 years old, born in 06. And this project's this old? Oh my God. First, this developer does not give a crap about us. They tried suing to stop our Costco, a place that will bring at least $1 million in tax money and so many jobs, and it's giving union jobs. Remember, they don't care. The guy in the suit, he did a great job. I don't want to bash on him. He's doing what he's paid for. But don't let people in suits tell you. Everyone here who's promoting the project for the most part has a financial interest in the project. Us here in Brentwood, yeah, the property tax would be nice, but us residents don't have a financial interest. We have a life of quality interest. First, what's an emergency vehicle access? Yes, it's in the name, but how will it work? How will you prevent people from accessing it? Will it be like the gate at my school that only opens for emergency vehicles? How will you stop people from cheating? Because today I witnessed people cheating through a parking lot to cut me off in traffic. I love people. People are the best. But one thing to consider is these houses will be zoned for Heritage High, Adams Middle School, and I think Loma West Elementary, correct me if I'm wrong. Guess how they're gonna get through there? Rady's parking lot. I believe it's Middle Gateway, if I'm correct on the road name. And I live right there in the Tuscany development. If you don't know where Tuscany is, look at Loma Vista, look straight down, you're looking at my neighborhood. I drove on San Jose 5 times today, and Loma Vista traffic is a nightmare because it's 1 lane each way, poorly designed area for an elementary school and a bunch of homes in the connection to Shadow Lakes Way. For me to pick up someone at Adams, I have to battle Loma Vista traffic just to get up through Shadow Lakes and deal with the Shadow Lakes nightmare. And then Lone Tree, but that's different. So this project, it's just crap because first, how are you gonna access these schools? It's near impossible. You're gonna have to use these 2 choke points. And guess what? We don't manage the property of Rayleigh's. We don't. That's a private property landlord who probably doesn't care about us. I don't even know where they live. I'm sorry, but these people with property this big simply sometimes just don't care for us people living in the city. Hate to put it that way. And then Middle Gateway, it's a mess. And there's speed bumps and it's gonna be slow and we got kids, we got a wonderful park. This developer's doing the bare minimum to get this project passed. Like another speaker said, at the last minute, the 5th meeting, they're now saying like the park and all of this. Where was the park at the beginning? If they cared about our community, they will put the park in the beginning. They will put the park when I was born. The park is the bare minimum we need. And also this field is layered with abandoned old oil wells. Look online, and it's something I've talked about in the past. There's a bunch of oil wells, old ones capped underneath here. We built Shadow Lakes in my neighborhood on top of capped oil wells. But also, another thing I really want to mention, and this is something I'm confused. So now we have 2 points on Sand Creek. What if something happens at Sand Creek? We have a highway there. If a major accident happens right there at Sand Creek and Highway 4, which it's bound to happen, knock on wood it doesn't, or there's an emergency evacuation because of some wildfire, again, knocking on wood, but we had that happen in Shadow Lakes. What kind of mess will that cause in Sand Creek? With Costco, streets of Brentwood, and then the 2 choke points I talked about. This project's giving me so many headaches and it's a hot mess. Honestly, the only thing that should be giving me a headache right now is my issues in health sciences. Final tomorrow that I have to drive out to Hayward for, not this project. So I really urge the council to not let lawyers or anyone scare you. No one in suits being paid. I'm pro-union, but don't let unions scare you. Make the decision you need for the people who just voted some of you back into office or into higher office, and make the decision you need to understand what us Brentwood residents will be living through. Thank you.
Melissa?
Hello again. I keep forgetting this part of the microphone doesn't move. Okay. With all due respect, people who don't have homes are not the same people who are in the market to purchase prohibitively expensive homes in a brand new development. There are currently 103 homes for sale in Brentwood, including the unincorporated area. Anyway, scientific evidence indicates that children and youth who are more physically active reap multiple benefits, including better motor and cognitive development, greater cardiovascular fitness, reduced words are hard, you guys, cardiometabolic risk, and improved bone health. Exposure to nature has been shown to prevent myopia, improve the management of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and foster pro-environmental behaviors among children. While I do truly appreciate the addition of a larger park and more open space in the alternate VTSM, it's still not enough. When Bridal Gate was initially approved, it was for 166 homes. That's 166 families that could have enjoyed space to call home and outside space that could actually be utilized. Instead, the developer has come back after nearly 20 years of letting the plan sit with the new plan to pack 100 plus more homes, whether it's 272 or 269, whatever, into the same area, resulting in yards virtually the size of postage stamps. I live in a house with a very small yard here in Brentwood, and let me tell you how much my kids use it. They don't, because there's not enough room to do anything. Let's be clear. The only person who will benefit from the additional houses is the developer. 272 or 269 homes will bring a huge impact to our schools, our roadways, and our emergency services. I have yet to talk to a Brentwood resident that is excited about the prospect of squeezing so many homes onto that parcel. Why not just dial it back? I know that there's nothing that I can say at this podium that will stop the greed-fueled mission to build, build, build. I'm not even anti-housing or anti-union. There will always be union work available and buildings being built. But it's imperative that we have the infrastructure to support it. And at the moment, we simply do not. We've got a traffic study based on the initial 166 home plan, and we'll have more students funneled into schools that are already highly impacted with no immediate plan for new schools to be built. I would like to urge the City Council to deny the current application, and if possible, work with the applicant on a plan for the original 166 homes that were improved so that all residents in our city can enjoy a quality of life. Thank you.
Sue?
Okay. My comments are designed for anybody in the city government who cares about public safety and responsible for it. We have discussed this project and its addition to Brentwood safety issues for Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes. The issue that these two communities have become cut-throughs for much, for much of the external surrounding school traffic. Bridal Gate will contribute immensely to this issue of public safety, and it is going to grow. The mitigations proposed by making access to St. Regis an emergency only and adding another exit to Sand Creek is not the answer. It's not going to help. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to force people through the Raley's parking lot or down Highland Avenue and back out onto San Jose and then back onto St. Regis. And we already see that now with the existing traffic. It's just going to be more. Someone had said, well, maybe they'll go on Highway 4 and go down to Balfour. But they don't do that now, so obviously they're not going to probably do that later. The only solution really would be to divert the traffic from Bridal Gate to Deer Valley. And that way the traffic would go in the opposite direction and come to the school from the opposite side on Balfour. That would be great. We have asked for new updated traffic studies for a long time. I know that the city council has asked the staff to prepare them, to do some research. You know, one thing they came up with was, well, remote working parents, now there's not going to be enough that much traffic. Well, guess what? They also have to drive their kids to school, whether they work at home or in an office. Let's see the data. Do some research. I looked at some research myself, and you know, but by definition, public safety is a system of rules, enforcement mechanisms, infrastructure, and services that reduce the risk of life and quality of life. We have incorporated data from old studies. Let's look at reality. What is it? You know, you guys can, the city staff and the developer can sit there all day long, and basically they're trying to figure out how this project can be approved. What could we do to make it work? Well, they haven't done that yet. There are tons of associations and groups doing research. UC Berkeley did a study. The title of it was, the survey was a survey of cities' practices and public officials' attitudes. I mean, the data shows that cut-through traffic operates at higher speeds. They found that. Cut-through traffic makes neighborhoods noisier and more dangerous. And the extent of residents' complaints about traffic problems on their streets indicates an inconsistency between the residents and the professionals. Residential neighborhoods are the most aware of traffic problems on their streets. The survey indicates that in the majority of cases, 75%, it is the local residents who perceived the complaints about traffic-related problems. Our residents need to be heard. Streets should be designed to minimize traffic. We need reliable, timely data that reflects reality, not level of service and VMT and all that. Has anybody actually currently gone out to these intersections and through Shadow Lakes and actually counted cars during school time? You know, some of these other studies were not even during school, or maybe there was a vacation time, or it was in the summer. Let's get to reality. Check it out. Let's get some numbers. There's no evidence that the mitigations are going to work, so we need to come up with some other things. You know, why is there a discrepancy between current street standards and traffic problems? This project is in the wrong place at the wrong time for Brentwood. Thank you.
Mike?
Okay, thank you. Ian, I feel your pain, but honestly, if you're here 20 or 30 years from now at my age and we're still fighting Bridal Gate, I'd kind of be happy to see that. But you rename Bridal Gate's got to get renamed when it finally gets built, right? Because just the words Bridal Gate gets me triggered faster than wet fart. I can't stand Bridal Gate. I just want to be clear, and I'm sure the council, I don't want to take too much time. I just want to be clear that council discusses the two EVAs. That looks like a four-way intersection to me down the road. I trust this council, and I have faith in this council a lot more than I have in past councils. And I don't know what future councils are going to look like. So I just want that to be discussed, the two EVAs. Why does that have to be there? It looks like you could actually put 2 or 3 more houses if you extended the walls right there and shut off San Jose. Thanks.
Cinziana?
Good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this project. I feel like I don't even need my notes because I keep repeating myself every single time this project comes along. Please deny it. It's not the first time I ask you this. Do not be intimidated by the lawsuit threats from IMBY, from CINO, from other paid entities, whatever they are. Of course, they came up with amazing reports from agencies like police, fire, like CINO has paid people. We know that. And some of you know that very well as well. So of course the reports came out perfect. We have a city attorney who historically, when the developers say jump, she says how high. This needs to stop, and she needs to start defending the city, simply doing her job. If we need the courts to decide on this project, show courage and fight for your residents. We pay taxes. We have a very good funding available in Brentwood, and we expect that money, in part, to be used to preserve our quality of life in our city. The decision on this project should be made by the new council, so please consider also continuing this item. Mr. Bryan has no business voting on this project since he does not reflect the will of the people anymore. He officially retired, and he should recuse himself as he was paid by CINO $40,000 in campaign contributions. Discussing this project tonight feels like a swan song for CINO having his guy pushing for an approval. In discussing this item, please consider none of the conditions that prompted previous councils and planning commissions to deny this project disappeared. Our schools are overwhelmed, traffic is horrendous in the area, streets are in terrible shape. I miss Mickey Tsubota. I don't know, it's just a side note. I don't know what's happening with the streets of Brentwood. We are still waiting also for the fifth bid to be filled. So I don't know how the police said, oh yeah, we're good. We have enough coverage. Our municipal code still mentioned 166 homes for this development. We get 100 over that number. Why? Let's stick to the plan. Let's make sure there's no access from San Jose, St. Regis area. All access should be from Sand Creek, even for emergency vehicles. But as described by speakers before, that creates a lot of risk as well. In case you are even inclined to consider the project, please impose no right turns from Raleigh Shopping Center and Highland during school drop-off and pick-up into San Jose, and reverse the left turns during pick-up and drop-off as well. This will direct traffic to main arteries, hopefully, if enforcement is in place, Fairview and Deer Valley, and will alleviate the congestion through Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes, potentially. I don't know that. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I'm suspecting that might be a good option. From initial 8 acres allocated to parks, we ended up in a new design with 4 acres of a usable parkland. It's questionable, as Sandy mentioned, because we can understand how much is really usable on the designs presented in the public documentation. So my question is that enough to satisfy our request for one, I'm using quotes, big park? It's a little insulting. We get half of what it was originally presented. The EIR report reflects all categories from biological resources, energy, greenhouse gas emission hazards and hazardous materials, noise, transportation, mandatory items of significance with potentially significant impact. Your main duty as public officials is to ensure the health and safety of residents. With EIR ratings such as the ones for this project, please consider denying it once for all. Thank you.
Kim?
Good evening, the Honorable Mayor and the City Council members. My name is Kristen Kim, and I am appearing on behalf of Discovery Builders, Inc., or DBI. We submitted a second comment letter today outlining basis for project denial, and I see that it is included as part of the written public comments published by the City Council, but I am appearing tonight to ensure that the City Council has received the letter and to once again urge denial of the project for the reasons detailed in the letter. Mainly, although DBI is in no way opposing much needed housing projects, DBI advocates that proposals should be consistent with the general plan and zoning, which the project fails to do. State laws are not blank check to developers, and any project proposal should comply with applicable laws, general plan, and regulations. Further, the City Council has already unanimously voted to deny the project. So for those reasons, DBI respectfully requests that this project be denied. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Next speaker is Danny. Danny, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I apologize for not being there. I really wanted to see everyone sworn in. The last speaker kind of threw me off because, and hopefully you folks will talk about this, because it sounds like Sino wants to have the project denied. This upside down world we're in. But this is, I mentioned earlier, Faithful virus. This is a prime example. I've heard a few voices I've never heard before, and they now realize what is going on. What they don't realize, I know Cinziana and others do, and I applaud their efforts. But as I said in the beginning of open comment, take this deal, because if you don't, they will come back with a ridiculously stupid plan that it will force you to deny. And for those who don't understand this, after the fifth denial, they exercise builder's remedy. Builder's remedy, people, takes everything out of our council's hands. Everything. So, what does that mean? Possibly 4-story structures sitting on top of a hill. Instead of 278 houses or whatever the current thing is, they will squeeze in every available square inch of space. Now, legally, I don't even know if that means if they go into builder's remedy that they don't have to build parks, that they don't have to build schools, that they can just inundate the land instead of parks and schools with houses. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think anyone's ever gotten this far in the state with respect to a builder's remedy. I'm looking at it as the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario being Sino has complete control, can run rampant. And that's why I reluctantly recommend, if there's a deal on the table now, the 4th of 5, then take the deal. Because we're in the find out stage of frick around and find out. We have spent 18 years on this thing called Bridalgate. Hell, maybe our local theater group can create a musical, because there's just so much that could be said about Bridalgate. But folks, we're at the end, not just the end of this council, but the end of Bridalgate. We will never get rid of Bridalgate. People need to accept that. And with YIMBY and Builder's Remedy, we're screwed. There's no doubt about it. And for those who just woke up and realized, ooh, is this what Bridalgate means? Well, you should have been here in 2020, 2022 for some of you older folks, 2016, 2010, 2006. Because that's when the man whose name I'll never mention started working on Bridlegate. Before Joel was even in city leadership. There's no one on this council, there's no one probably in the chamber, with the exception of the man whose name I'll never say, that's been with Bridlegate from the beginning. And should he have been removed? Yes, decades ago. I have said that. It's obvious that there is, at the very least, an appearance of impropriety. But you know what? It's too damn late now. He can jump on the mic and say, yep, that's me. I own it. There's nothing we could do. Take the deal.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, and I need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
First and a second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Council discussion.
Mr. Mayor, just before you begin, could we just correct a few misconceptions real quickly? This is the fourth meeting that the city has had on this item. The first was in front of the Planning Commission on September 5th, 2023. The Planning Commission continued that item at that time. The second was on July 16th, 2024, also in front of the Planning Commission when they denied the project. The third hearing was in front of this council on August 27th, 2024, and tonight is the fourth meeting. So I just want to make that clear for the record. There were a couple of other items that were brought up in the course of public comments, and if you have questions about them, I'm happy to answer them, but I thought we should all be clear on that score. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go first. I don't want to, but I guess I will. This project has been around since Susanna and I started. And I think you all remember that the city got sued when we denied it the first time, and Susanna and I got sued when we denied it the first time. I don't like your comment about we have a housing shortage. We do not have a housing shortage. We have an affordability problem. We have 1.1 million vacant homes in California, and we are inundated with short-term rentals. So it's not a quantity issue. It's a developer pushing policy that builds housing for investors issue, not for people, just FYI. I have pulled every rabbit out of the hat that I can. I don't have any more rabbits. I hate this project, like someone else said. We have a municipal code that says 166 houses are approved there. And we had a court case that would tell us if we were right or wrong in our 166, and that has gone nowhere. I wish we could complete that court case to see where we are on that 166 and see what a judge says. I don't know if anyone else has the appetite for that. I'm disappointed that our city does not have a VMT of their own to stand on. I wish staff had told us that a long time ago, and I think that should be a priority going forward so that we have our own VMT as a city, so that if something comes in 15% over our current VMT, we can deny it, because right now I can't, because we failed as a city to have a current VMT, in my opinion. It is my opinion. I mean, I'm glad we have one big park. I don't know if it's going to be usable. We don't want to tear into our ridge lines, so it might not even be usable. I am sick and tired of these 501c3s, YIMBY, and this housing and that housing coming in and telling us how we have to plan our cities. And I'm disappointed that the union isn't actually working for affordable housing and just all housing at the expense of the people that live here. That's not what unions were when I was growing up. So I am sad that that's what you came here for, instead of fighting with the people for 166. I mean, I could go on and on. This is not a project I want. I think it's a failure on many, many people. I think if you are upset today about what's happening, you are to call all of your council, whether you live in the city or not, tell them that you are against these state bills, and they are to call their state legislators and tell them. You can speak to Diane Burgess, who's sitting right here. She can reach out to her state legislators and tell them that you don't want these bills passed, because they keep saying yes. We have 2 new electeds at the state level. So Anna Marie Avila Ferries and Christopher Cabalden. Call them. Tell them to vote no on these bills. Post it all day. Tell your friends and family to post no on these bills, because these bills are hurting poor people and people of color the most of all. In Southern California today, last night, there was a development that's going to come in and it's going to displace a ton of Latinos in LA. Because that's what's happening with these bills, is gentrification. The Mission has been gentrified. Oakland has been gentrified. LA has been gentrified. And it's pushing people of color out of those cities. And it's disgusting. So I don't think we should approve it. I want to go to court and see where we are on the 166 units. What does a judge say about those 166 in our municipal code? And then if you want to do density bonus, do 20% density bonus and go crazy with it. But yeah, I'm not happy. I'm disappointed in so many things that could have been done beforehand so that we aren't where we are here. But, you know, hindsight is 2020, and what we didn't know then as a council, we didn't know then as a council. But again, I have done everything. I have researched so much, and so many residents have helped research so much. But at the end of the day, I think that the only thing right now is that I would like to see a judge tell us if our map in our municipal code holds or it doesn't hold. And I find it interesting that the applicant, we were going to court for it. Why did they pull out?
This is very definitely one of those times where I don't think any decision that we make is going to please people on either side. When I first got involved with city council, this was a huge issue, and I did what I could at the time to talk to residents and learn from residents and everything I could figure out about how to really understand the impact of Bridal Gate. And that was 2020. And I know there were people involved with it prior to that, prior to me jumping in as I joined council. The hardest thing at this point is the state and their grab of our local control, trying to make all cities fit into a cookie cutter. We're not all transit heavy. We don't all have BART systems and really strong transportation that will allow for high-rise apartments right next door. But it also, the predatory housing bills that have come down the pipeline also are very clear and restrictive in what they allow us to push back on. We are not allowed to push back on our schools being impacted or our roads being impacted. There are very strict guidelines on what we can push back on and what we cannot. And I can say that over the years, this council and you know, others have pushed back on details that are allowable to try and get the best possible project. For us, we can't just think about Brentwood today. We have to think about Brentwood 5 and 10 and 15 years ago, or from now. When we first got on, there was developments happening that we had not approved, that of course people were upset with us about approving, and they were prior councils. Nothing happens overnight. But it does mean that you have to be really forward-thinking in your consideration of impact. While you can want to do that, while you can want to start thinking about what happens in your schools, what happens to your numbers, what happens to your roads and your commutes and all the rest of it, there are very, again, strict guidelines from this new slew of predatory housing that mean we are not allowed in some of these cases to make decisions based on that. And that's been one of the hardest things as we go through this, because even 4 years ago, the predatory housing bills that were being signed were a little bit less restrictive. Now, I was just at this legislative webinar last week, and of course, more predatory housing. And again, the legislators that are making these bills often they have lined pockets with developer money. They're often trying to turn every city in California into the city where they're from. We don't all fit. That's not our city. Brentwood is a different city. We're a community, and we want it to stay Brentwood. And during my campaign and during my 4 years on here, I heard that over and over again, keep Brentwood, Brentwood. And it's very hard to not think of this as a losing battle. We're hearing a lot of pretty intense emotions tonight. I'm feeling them myself. Again, I feel like there isn't a decision I could make that would please everyone or that even would make half the people happy. I did come into this, as we are supposed to, completely unbiased and willing to look at both sides. And I can appreciate the attempts to meet us in the middle on the parks. I think that's important. I do have some serious concerns still remaining on the safety. I happen to live in the neighborhood that's impacted by this development too. But I also need to be clear, this land is owned by Discovery Builders. There will not be a way to fight the housing development to happen forever. It's just, it can't happen. We cannot say no to the development and no forever. You will never come back and say that. We can't do it. We are not allowed. They own the land. They're allowed to build on it. So there will be a development there. And our job here is to fight for the best possible project, given the restrictions that we have from the state. And as they become harder and harder to dig into and find what we can stand up for, this project changes. So I'm finding myself incredibly torn right now. I'm hearing from all of the different residents that spoke and understanding how you're feeling and agreeing with you. And you know, the one that said, what's going to happen if we don't approve this? Where do we go from here? And the ones that are saying the traffic is going to be horrible, the impact on the schools is going to be horrible, and knowing we cannot take that into consideration with this project. So I'm speaking here trying to make sure we're doing our best to educate the public on what we can and cannot do. And again, appreciating the park. I think that was a good move to try and make that happen. I think it does help. And some of you out there have said that as well. I still don't know where I stand. And I'm hoping that we've got some other discussion here that will help me to get to a decision, because I'm heartbroken that we can't do more to protect Brentwood and keep it Brentwood. Thanks.
So when I first got on council and I heard about the infamous Bridal Gate, which I have to say, things that end in gate in our country have not always been very well. That being said, the first question I asked, and Tony and I, one of our questions in our council review, I asked was, why does everyone hate this project so much? What's the big issue? And I learned very quickly, as some of the things that have come out with me now being on this dais have presented itself to me as to why there's so much tension. One is that you have someone who, when they're not approved, they sue us and they sue our representatives. And then two, you have a project that doubled in size and different from what our municipal code wants, which means our staff over the past, 20 years has worked countless hours on hours on hours trying to figure out how to make this work, or how to figure out how to advise us how to deny it. But even more so, as an attorney, I sit here and I listen to another attorney speak and I read between the lines. And I hear the comments were riddled with several threats. So I want to talk about those threats. And I want to, thank our city attorney for, once again, being mindful and listening to every word and showing us how those threats are. One is the threat of, oh, this is a fifth meeting. That says something to us. That says something totally different than what everyone says, oh, deny or accept the project. It's a threat. Or another threat that comes before us to talk about, well, we didn't ask for a density bonus. It's another threat of, watch us double again. We already doubled on you once. We're gonna double, we'll double again if you ask us to. There's other threats. Last time we were here, there were other threats that were inside of the nice, very well-spoken, sounding like we were on Main Street in Disneyland speech. That being said, it is difficult because our job, and while we were elected by the people, for the people. And so when the people speak, we listen. Sometimes the people speak, and there are laws and things in place that disallow us from doing exactly what the people want. So our job is to try to figure out how to make it work. And tonight I have to say that Mr. Dorman started off tonight exactly right when he said, we have no choice, our hands are tied. And so what I tried to do was try to make best of a situation. Last time I was here, as not only one of your council people, but as a resident who knows that area very well. And the speaker said, this project won't didn't cause the traffic issue and won't exacerbate it. Well, that was an untruth. We all know anyone who lives in that area, anyone who has a child at Adams Middle School or at Heritage, anyone who goes shopping in the plaza over there at Ross or Rayleigh's knows that 269 more homes means that children will have to go to our already impacted schools. They will be going to Adams or Heritage, and there will be more drivers, many of those who will be minority in age, driving on our highways for our streets, our lovely city of Brentwood streets for the very first time. Many of those people will be students who will be crossing the street to go home, go to our neighborhood parks, go and get something from Willie's Bagels or from the whole Macaulay complex. That being said, as a parent, as a resident, I'm very, very, very concerned about public safety. However, our hands are tied. One, there will be an increased amount of traffic, but what do we do about it? The EVA is not a solution. And I have to agree with one of our speakers tonight. We will definitely need to talk about the EVA because all it will be is a problem that we as a city will have to resolve a couple of years from now, that we'll have to turn it into a four-way street. The other issue that I have is I'm really happy, Sandra, that you showed up. Not only this time, but last time, because when you spoke, we listened. You are a resident expert in the room about parks, and you're absolutely right. I'm happy that the applicant listened to some things that we discussed that night, and that was enlargement of the park. I really wish they would have worked on the ridge lines to make that more of a usable space or something better that we could, because we do lose about 4 acres of park space. But I would like to, in my discussion tonight, say that if we do approve the project, that we go with the larger park size. My preference is to do something of a hybrid between both number 1 and number 2. I'm gonna call them number 1 and 2 because that's what we have today. It's to keep the larger park with the 4.35 acres of usable space. Keep the secondary access on Sand Creek Road because, to be honest with you, even though it's not that many pieces of property, it keeps less properties there at 269 and not 272. I think we get rid of the EVA and keep and do a 4-way stop sign at St. Regis because I'm concerned about safety and egress and ingress into that space. That being said, if you ever have driven down Presidio, it is a 1-way street that's being used as a 2-way street. Presidio will be impacted. St. Regis will be impacted, and West County Club Drive will be impacted. Not only that, people will then begin to, if we have an EVA, people will drive in through the Ross parking lot, speeding, or they'll drive on, is it Highland, Tony? Speeding past a park. Another park is there, a very tiny, not very usable park. Speeding to get to Sand Creek. The applicant standing before, we're better in Brentwood. We're smart people. We're all smart people here. So to come before us and say it won't be a problem is a problem for me. But that's not what I can judge this project on. I can't judge this project on the fact that we're being pacified by a developer's attorney. I have to judge it on the facts. The facts are that if we don't approve this, we will be sued. The facts are if we don't approve this tonight, we will be looking at a project, hopefully not when Ian's in his 40s, that will be 500 developments and people will live in 1,000 square foot of a home that's being sold for ridiculous money. The truth tonight is not, again, and oh my God, what you said, so eloquent, so amazing. We all could shut up after that. But I'm gonna say this, add to it. The truth is they're building homes that all of our children will never be able to afford. And they're only gonna leave 27 projects that most of our children can afford. And that's the harsh reality of what's coming before Brentwood. But again, as a councilwoman sitting here, my job is to do what is best for the residents, and that's making sure that we don't get hit with a ridiculous lawsuit that we cannot afford. I also I brought this up at the last council meeting, and I don't like to tip our hand as, I'm not the city attorney. We already saw what she's able to do by telling us and catching things really quick. But for every house that's denied, it's a ridiculous amount of money per house. And I had that calculation last time I was here, but for every house that if we don't, was the 50,000? Multiply that by 272, 269, and that's one of the damages that they can request, in addition to many more. And then put yourselves in our shoes tonight. So I'm sorry. I know this makes a lot of us, it's difficult. But I wanted to throw out my suggestion is that we do a hybrid to approve this project tonight so that we don't get the legal ramifications that can come by denial of the project.
Well, we've heard three very eloquent speakers say why we don't like the project and that we haven't liked the project. So I'm just going to say ditto to all of that and move on to what I would like to see happen. I agree with Pat Tanisha 100%. I did during the last meeting, and it was one of the bigger reasons I denied the project last time. Creating that access out onto St. Regis and instead of an EVA and continuing on San Jose so that they can eventually connect to whatever other street is going to be out there for north and south traffic. Mr. Xavier did a phenomenal job of explaining that. He did a great job of indicating that these residents are going to go up San Jose and they're going to go into Shadow Lakes anyway. They're just going to do it through Highland or through parking lot, creating a lot more drama and creating a much less safe environment for all of our kids that go to the elementary school there, and I'm drawing a blank on the Lone Vista, or the parks that they're going to be driving past and the speed bumps they're going to be going over. So I am curious, you've given us one project, we've asked for something, you said yes. Would it be possible to kind of hybrid the two together of maybe completing that access instead of the EVA completing, and I'm asking the question just so I know we have something, whether we can vote on it or not, or decide to do it. Is that a possibility of doing that and leaving the rest of the modifications in place?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. To your question, council member, yes, it is. I think you mean you want the four-way intersection. So when we presented the alternate Western tentative map, just want to be clear that we're not saying that's it. That's just an alternate. The original tentative map is still valid, and you can take a combination between the two. The last time when we were here, the concern was with cut through traffic. So that's why we disconnected St. Regis, San Jose, keeping that existing traffic flow as is, and then but cutting that off from Bridal Gate. But if your desire to have a full four-way intersection, we have absolutely no problem with that. In fact, I think the traffic engineer, your former traffic engineer, said that's probably the best way to do it. That provides neighborhood connectivity.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, real quick, I actually have big concerns about not having the EVA. So I live there really close. That traffic comes all the way up San Jose, up St. Regis. That's why we wanted the EVA. So the EVA is just going to make that worse. It's going to back it up even farther up St. Regis. So I mean,
So the EVA,
not having the EVA, having a four-way, I think that would be worse for the residents sitting there. And if I looked at the plans from Antioch, so we talk about this road that's going to happen someday. It's not in their plans to connect it to this neighborhood, unless someone looked at the recent Antioch plans. But we're talking about a road, and the last time I looked at it, there is no road.
So, sorry. And I'm there, by no stretch of the imagination am I saying I'm a traffic engineer or can I figure all these things out. But there's numerous homes in the Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills community neighborhoods where the residents don't have kids going to Heritage High School or Adams that drive out to Balfour and block up the traffic at the same time the schools are going through there to get to Balfour so they can get to Highway 4. If we open this up, they would now have an alternate route to get to Sand Creek, have an option to maybe lighten some of that traffic down by the high school and go into Adams and head over to Sand Creek and get on Highway 4 over there, maybe alleviating some of that traffic. I don't know if that's...
So I have a suggestion. You actually don't have to decide that right now because we still have to prepare the final engineering on that, the final grading plans and improvement plans. And that intersection is not going to be built right away. So there's time to decide. When we submit plans to Public Works, they can determine what the best intersection configuration is at that point.
Yeah, because what's going to happen is all of us coming out, it's going to back up San Jose even farther because right now it's coming all the way up San Jose and up to St. Regis. So then you're going to have us, if we're waiting for a stop sign for them to come out of this neighborhood, you're going to even back it up more coming out of Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes. Because now you're going to have to be one and the other, and it's going to be even slower.
Yeah, it's going to be backed up worse. You're right. And you're right. But I think what I'm more concerned about is the residents that are coming, those 269 people there. Police, chief, with the EVA. Will you all have access to get in and out through the EVA? Because as I'm understanding from our meeting, there you don't have the access. So it's only one way out and one way in. If we don't have enough officers and they're all in that area, they're going to have to go all the way around to get to someone who's now in the Shadow Lakes area, correct? If there's something going on in Heritage, all your kids at school and police are called in that area, they won't be able to go out the EVA. They're going to have to go all the way around Sand Creek, come through and go back up to here to get to Heritage. I'm concerned about.
But they got to do that today.
I'm more concerned about that than I am the traffic.
I'm concerned about the everyday
I'm concerned
traffic.
about everything.
Yeah, I'm
actually.
concerned about the everyday traffic. And I mean, it's horrible today. So, I mean, it's only going to get worse. And it's just a mess. And we got to think about the people that live there too, that didn't sign up for 269 homes. We signed up for 166.
Do we know anything about the San Jose extension? Any kind of forecast about that?
Anybody on my staff? No, I'm not sure.
My timing in here. My understanding of San Jose Avenue as it headed west, I thought it was going through what we were looking at as part of Measure L, where that would San Jose would eventually connect with Hillcrest. I know there is an Antioch development moving forward. I'm not quite sure how far it goes down south, but I don't know that it's going to be connecting with San Jose. But that was my understanding. So of course, this project it shows the future alignment of San Jose Avenue as it would move westward. So if ever there was development out there, they would build that street out and connect it.
Yeah, and we should look at that because the last time I looked at it, the houses were coming all the way up to the city border butting up against this neighborhood and then butting up against Brentwood down on the south. Their intent is not to put a road in. That was our wish, but I don't believe that's their intent. They don't want our traffic going over there.
And frankly, Deer Valley is not the safest road to direct people to either.
They're going to have Hillcrest. Their vision is for Hillcrest, but for Hillcrest to be Antioch traffic, not Brentwood traffic.
If we're trying to, and we've discussed this, to potentially direct traffic out of Sand Creek if the entrance and exits end up there, trying to direct people to Deer Valley is, as much as it seems like a better way for fewer cars, we also do end up with an unsafe road, which is also a concern if we're looking at safety and traffic.
So, and I'm going to keep bringing up with Mr. Xavier's comments. There are numerous north-south streets on this end of town. There is no way to get from Heritage High School to the north without going to Deer Valley or to the Highway 4. And if we can open up one access and alleviate any of that by creating this cut-through, which I know that's a horrible term, cut-through traffic drives horribly, and all those other things that I'm hearing, we can possibly start to alleviate some of that traffic trying to go north and south on the west end of town. Not saying it's an ideal world. I do want to, and only because I started really doing a lot of research when I started reading the memo or the letter that Mr. Xavier sent in, that, I mean, Heritage High School is in session 180 days out of the year. Their traffic is horrible about, what, an hour, 45 minutes in the morning and in the afternoon. And we're considering changing a whole development for several hundred hours out of a 5,000 hour year. I mean, it's a lot, it's a small percentage of time that traffic is that dense up in the Shadow Lakes area.
It's about an hour and a half. My daughter leaves at 7 and her class starts at 8:30 because if you don't, it's horrible and there's more chance of accidents. So it's about an hour and a half in the morning. And
Remind
the city
people
was
how,
poorly planned, right?
remind people how far away you live from the
Oh,
school.
I live like 5 minutes without traffic, and it could take like 45 minutes sometimes. It's crazy. But I think it's going to make the traffic worse if we don't have the EVA. If you force this neighborhood to go down and around, I think it'll be hopefully less accidents, not stopping people at that stop sign, which I think will slow things up a ton. And I mean, like you said, we don't have to decide this now. We can get experts to come in and we can meet with the neighbors and see what they think and how they feel about it, because I think we should take them into consideration as well. I mean, this is their city, right?
If we don't, I'd like to ask staff if that's true. I'd rather hear it from staff. If we don't have to decide now. I mean, either way it goes, if everybody has to be at school at a certain time, everybody's going to be on the road at that time, no matter where they live at. We are going to have traffic, period. Don't matter if they go all the way around. It doesn't matter if they live up the block. You're going to have more people on the road trying to get to the same place at the same time. So it just means those people will leave a little bit earlier to get to the same spot that we're all going to be there compact. It's going to be more. So we're all going to have to get up earlier to take our kids to school. Your daughter's going to have to do 2 hours. Driving, yeah, driving, yep. Yeah, no, like you, I still drive mine. And I'm scared to put mine on the road when we bring more like this out there. But if that's the case that we don't have to decide it, I think we can take that off the table. But I'd like to hear that from city staff.
So I'll let Director Morris chime in if she wants to clean up when I'm done. But I would say we actually do need to make a decision on the configuration. And the reason is there are different conditions of approval that have been prepared depending on the configuration of the roads. So for example, if you keep the new Sand Creek exit, then there are conditions that would prohibit a left turn onto Highway 4 in order to avoid a traffic hazard. Some of those conditions wouldn't apply with a different configuration. So what you're being asked to approve tonight is a map that has all of those conditions of approval on it. So you need to know which conditions are relevant when you vote yes or no. So we would actually say, yes, that should be addressed tonight, or when you make your decision.
Is it easier to vote it with the EVA and then take conditions off, or to vote it in with the with the stop sign and then go to EVA? If we had to reverse one, which one's easier to reverse? If we want to meet with specialists and talk to the community and all of that.
So good evening. So once something is conditioned, we don't really reverse it, right? So that's the requirement that's placed on the project, and that's what's enforceable. So if there's something that's so broadly up for further design or discussion or debate, you typically don't condition a project in that way, because we don't have a resolution that we can then enforce on the developer. We don't have a known requirement that we can enforce.
The
And
how
so
did
we
we, like-
do leave certain things up for, maybe subject to city engineer's approval, but they're usually very small, minute, focused issues, not something that's so crucial to other aspects of the project as this intersection would be, right? And so it wouldn't be just the condition of either or, it cascades throughout that section of the resolution as well. So it's just not feasible to leave something so integral to the project design open-ended. So council could approve one version or another, or something completely different than what we've already talked about tonight, but the conditions need to be very precise so we can enforce it on the developer.
And can I ask, while you have the floor, if you can tell, I know that it was staff's recommendation that we approve the first iteration, which had the four-way. Can you tell what staff's recommendation is between the four-way and the EVA, and why?
I can let Alan touch on that.
The difference between an EVA and a four-way stop, the clear one being what's presented, an EVA would be just for emergency vehicle access only. And what's shown is St. Regis not connecting with Bridal Gate as a project as a whole. So again, that would be typically restricted to just emergency vehicles, things like fire trucks specifically. Police may actually still use it as well, but it's a little bit more cumbersome for them, as well as ambulances as well. But the primary focus has been for fire trucks, and the fire district did review these plans as well. Four-way stop, of course, is open to all traffic. No restrictions as far as who can go there. It's a public street. It would be just like any other four-way intersection with stop signs. As far as which ones staff prefers, I would lean on to the initial recommendation, which was for a plan that was consistent with the general plan. What was shown with the circulation diagram, it showed San Jose connecting. Again, it's some of our goals in the general plan talks about circulation of goods, people, and just having that connectivity. And that's kind of what this original, what we're talking about here today with a four-way stop that would provide.
And if we go with the EVA today and we later find out that it's not what we thought it was, like there may be something that happens, who's going to be responsible financially for that?
My understanding is that that would be the city. We would have to come up with a CIP project with direction and locate funding for that change.
Okay, so we can install the EVA, and then as a city, if we're not happy with it, we can take it down.
That's correct.
Just because, I've heard several people ask in the audience, and tell me what an EVA looks like, and how easy is it accessed by our police department or our fire department? Is it just, I think Ian was talking about cards not buying by the rules anyway. Can you just explain to us what it looks like so everybody's on the same sheet of music?
Sure. EVA looks like a typical driveway, but it would be gated. It would be like a metal gate, similar to what you might see at park trails sometimes, to limit access. It's not bollards. I think bollards is another example we see, but typically with EVAs such as this, it's a swinging gate, which would be locked, and the idea is the emergency vehicle, emergency personnel will have a key to access those locks and open the gate.
Okay, and normally a grass lot or piece of land, or it's not paved, it's not a roadway normally. I've seen several in my neighborhood and over onto San Jose. They're grass lots, and nobody knows what it's for, but it's an emergency vehicle.
Yes, we haven't gotten that far in designs. I've seen different ones where it's as asphalt. I've seen some with pavers, or like you mentioned, maybe gravel, or potentially grass as well, but there is a maintenance concern there. But yes, that's the general idea.
Well, I agree. There really have been some excellent points that our speakers have made regarding the concerns and council members. there is a concern that I have in addition to traffic flow. I spend quite a bit of time in that area where that intersection or no intersection might be. It is true that all of the residents have two options when we're going that direction. If we're not going down to San Jose to Fairview, we're either going to go through the parking lot or we're going to pass Loma Vista and take that left on that particular road. One of my concerns is if there's not a connection that all of that additional traffic is going to, like has been mentioned, is going to constantly be going by Loma Vista. That additional north-south avenue could potentially eliminate significant amount of traffic that does go by our kids at Loma Vista. That is like everyone has said, it's a very dangerous, unappealing option. But another thing that I do have concerns about regarding this are the two words objective and subjective when it comes to plans, our city plans. And if we open up a gate of litigation regarding the plans that we currently have, our traffic flow, traffic engineering plans, and we make them subjective instead of objective, every decision that the future councils have is going to have to potentially deal with that change. That because if I'm a developer or if I'm someone that's wanting to make a change and I come into a city and I say, I see that here's what your general plan says, here's what the traffic, everything says, and it's objective. This is what we do every time. This is how it's done. Then the city has a defensible argument saying, we are in control of these designs and we're going to keep control of these designs. But if something is subjective, that's simply saying, when we made this plan, this map, this is the idea we had, but it's not objective. It can be changed. And I'm just concerned that the incoming councils will have to deal with things on that level, not just in this location, but in every decision that's going to be made in the city. You're going to have to deal with objective versus subjective. And so that's another level of concern that we have here.
I mean, I would like to keep the EVA, but that's just me, if we're gonna do this.
And I hear you. I know. I don't want you to think my suggestion is any way saying that what you're saying is not going to be true. Yep. We all. I know it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Yeah.
So I'd like to ask, you came to the podium for, do you have, and to answer Councilman Orleman's question? Do you have an answer for us? Oh, you did already. You haven't sat down yet.
Right. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
just waiting
sorry.
for more questions.
Okay. Well, are we ready? Go ahead.
Can I make a motion? Are we ready to?
Yes, I was just getting ready to ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt a resolution approving the appeal filed by WCHB certifying the revised EIR, making necessary CEQA findings, and adopting the mitigation, monitoring the reporting program with the exception of the change to the modification, putting a four-way intersection or stop sign from the project out onto St. Regis instead of the, what was it? EVA.
And to make sure I understand the motion, this will include the larger park, the secondary access on Sand Creek Road, Oak Lane, and the 269 units. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So quick question from staff on that. If the council is considering approving the project, there are 3 resolutions. This first one is the CEQA document. The CEQA documents analyzed both a 4-way intersection at St. Regis and San Jose, as well separately as having additional documentation that analyzed under CEQA the addition of the, I believe it's Oak Road access onto Sand Creek. All of that's already covered in the CEQA documents, so technically no changes need to be made to this first motion, and those changes that you mentioned would be made to the next motion. Does that make sense?
It does now.
Okay.
So then the motion stands that to adopt the, do I need to reread it again? Okay.
My understanding was that your motion was to adopt the resolution certifying the CEQA documents, making the necessary CEQA findings, and approving the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, all of which already include both of the elements that you discussed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first,
No, no one else wants to second it, so I'll be the bad guy.
second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No.
The motion moves 3-2.
So is this where I'm changing to, okay, perfect. I move to adopt resolution approving the appeal filed by WCHB and approving the vested tentative subdivision map for the proposed alternate project with the exception of the 4-way stop onto St. Regis from the EVA. This does include the larger park. It does include the exit, the additional exit onto Sand Creek Road, and it does whatever other one there was. Was there another one?
269.
And the 269 units.
We have a first, we have a second.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. All in favor,
What-
aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. So if that is the motion, would the city council be so kind as to grant staff a 5-minute recess to make sure that the conditions of approval match this hybrid that you've now discussed and the applicant has indicated that they're amenable to make sure that the document you're adopting includes all of the considerations that you have expressed an interest in tonight?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Get out of here.
Okay, at this time, we will reconvene the city council meeting. Council.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for the recess. And I was negligent in not mentioning earlier that Karen Murphy, a partner at Burke, Williams, and Sorensen is here with us tonight and has been working feverishly behind the scenes to make sure that our resolutions adopt the council's direction. This is the resolution that goes with Councilmember Orleman's motion to approve the tentative map with the changes that you all had discussed. So if it's okay with you, I'm just going to scroll down very quickly to those changes so that the council can see them and affirm that they are indeed what Councilmember Orleman's moved for approval. So again, this is the vesting tentative map, and I'm just going to scroll down. The recitals included change to note that the council had made a motion to approve the project with a modified single park and a second access point on Sand Creek Road, but also a four-way intersection on St. Regis Avenue, San Jose Avenue, and Chestnut Oak Drive. So if that looks correct, we'll keep going. We noted that though the park had changed to 8.49 acres, 4.35 is considered usable by the city, so we just clarified that. And then in the conditions of approval, so this would be approving the alternate map that was submitted by the applicant, except that it shall include a four-way intersection at St. Regis, San Jose, and Chestnut Oak Drive, rather than merely an emergency vehicle access. And just scrolling a little further here. So construction plans would need to incorporate that four-way controlled stop to the satisfaction of the city engineer. So when Director Morris spoke earlier about there being some details that you traditionally leave to the discretion of the city engineer, it would be this type of detail. And I believe that's the last one. So Councilmember Orlemans, does this reflect the motion that you made? And Councilmember Pearson, does this reflect your second?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Then at this time, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, it is 3-2, the motion passes. Do I have a motion for the design review?
I move to adopt a resolution approving the appeal filed with WCHB and approving the design review for the proposed alternate project.
We have a first. Do I have a second?
And can we take a quick pit stop again on this
Yes.
one? Because we did modify the resolution as well to reflect the same change in the initial recitals. And then just very quickly, I believe there was a discrepancy here. It should be 12 floor plans because the 13th elevation that had 3 stories has been removed by the applicant. So this acknowledges that that 3-story option is no longer part of the project and that an additional access point instead of the revised access point. Does that reflect your motion, Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Thank you. And your second, Councilmember Pearson?
I don't think I seconded, but I will now.
I'm so sorry. All right.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
And just as a point of clarification, staff will ensure that the recitals on the resolution approving CEQA documents also note the clarifications to the design as noted here. Thank you.
Thank you. So this time we will move into business items.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask that we continue I-2 to a future agenda, a hearing date.
I was going to make the same request,
Okay.
so I will second that, if there's a second.
I-2,
We haven't gotten to I-1 yet.
yeah, I'm just, in the ayes, I'm going to ask that we move it if possible. Thank you.
We may need to move it to a special meeting based on deadlines. I mean.
Okay, we'll move into item I-1. And this is the Independent Auditor's Reports and Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year 2023-24, and the report on the financial awards received by the city. And Sonia Augustini, our accounting manager, will introduce. Sonia.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we're presenting you with our fiscal year 2023-24 annual comprehensive financial report, along with the results of the city's annual financial audit. Shortly, I will turn the presentation over to Amy Meyer with Mays & Associates to present the audit report directly to you. But first, I will provide you with a brief overview of the prior year's financial results. For the year ended June 30, 2024, the city's general fund reported positive financial results with revenues exceeding expenditures and reserve requirements by about $2.7 million. Contributing to this surplus was $1.1 million in one-time fair market value investment gains and a $1.2 million portion from a council-directed reduction in planned project spending. On the operating expenditure side, savings from personnel vacancies were largely responsible for costs coming in lower than the budget. The year-end surplus of $2.7 million was transferred to the Budget Stabilization Fund. Per City Council's policy, half of any annual surplus is used to pay down unfunded pension liabilities. However, in June of this year, the City Council directed that the $1.2 million in reduced project spending be excluded from that calculation. As a result, one half of the remaining amount, or approximately $733,000, will be used for a pension paydown. At the end of the year, the Budget Stabilization Fund had a balance of about $16.5 million. This balance will be approximately $14.3 million following planned pension paydown payments this fiscal year. This fund will continue to provide a funding source to offset future pension and retiree medical cost increases and pay down unfunded obligations. At year end, the general fund unassigned reserve was $22.4 million, equal to 30% of annual budgeted operating expenses, as is required by the City Council's policy. I would also like to note that the Finance Department produces an annual financial snapshot, which summarizes the fiscal year's financial results, as well as some major financial trends in a simple, user-friendly format. That snapshot was released in October and is linked in the agenda item tonight and is available on the city's website. While the focus of this agenda item is the financial results of the prior fiscal year, staff will provide more current financial information at the mid-year budget update next month in January. Tonight, we are also pleased to present you with the annual financial awards received by the city over the past 12 months. These include the Excellence in Capital Budgeting for the 23-24 Capital Improvement Program that is received from the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers, as well as the Excellence in Financial Reporting for last year's annual comprehensive financial report, and the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 2024-25 to 2025-26 operating budget, both of those received from the Government Finance Officers Association. In concluding this portion of the presentation, I would like to thank the council for their continued support, as well as the finance staff who prepared the annual report and who focus every day on safeguarding the city's financial resources. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to Amy Meyer, the partner who is in charge of the audit from Mays & Associates, to present the independent audit results.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to have a brief PowerPoint presentation that I'll share right now. If it takes too long, we will just abandon it because I know it's getting late for all of you. Let's see if it goes here. Okay. I'm going to give up on it. I don't know if you can see it because it's not working on my side. So I'm going to abandon the PowerPoint so we can keep moving forward. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have 3 documents to present to you tonight. The Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the Memorandum on Internal Control, and the required communications. So an audit is an independent verification that the city's financial statements are materially correct or fairly present the financial position of the city's funds. And if you have any questions along the way, I should have started with that. Feel free to interrupt me if you need to. So we opine on the city's basic financial statements as a whole, which are contained within the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And you can see the entity-wide financial statements on pages 34 and 35, or page 402 of, pages 34 and 35 of the report that show all the city's assets and liabilities, and we opine on the major funds individually. So that those first two sets of statements are all of the assets and all the liabilities together on the statement of net position. And then the other statements are the fund financial statements, which can be found again on pages, starting on pages 36 and on page 40. Major funds is a mathematical calculation that tells the city which funds need to be reported as major funds each year, and then all the other funds are aggregated in the back of the report in the supplementary schedules. And the city can also elect to report certain funds as major funds, but if mathematically they qualify to be major funds, they cannot be downgraded in that matter. So our audit was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, as well as government auditing standards. So we audit the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, but we only audit, again, when I mentioned the basic financial statements, which are contained in that report. That's the middle portion of the report. They are preceded by the introductory section, which includes the transmittal letter and some other introductory information. And then after the basic financial statement starts with our audit opinion. After that, they go all the way to the end of the supplementary information and the required supplementary information. And so those are that's considered the basic financial statements contained in the report. And then after that is the statistical section. So the introductory and the statistical section that sandwich the basic financial statements, we do not audit that information. We do read it to make sure there aren't any inconsistencies with our audit work, but we don't opine on that information. Another report, I said we had 3 reports. We also had a Transportation Development Act audit this year as well. So there is the 4th report as well that we have this year. Oftentimes you'll hear us talk about the single audit or the federal award program audit that we perform for the city each year. In fiscal 24, the city did not expend more than $750,000, which triggers the need for a single audit or federal award program audit. So there will not be such a report this year. Right. So also as part of our audit, skipped to my own notes. So the city received an unmodified or clean opinion this year, and that can be found on page 17 of the ACFR. It's the highest level of assurance that we can provide. So after our audit opinion is management's discussion and analysis. That's on page 20. Now, city staff prepares the entire report except for our audit opinion. That's the only piece of the report. But the management's discussion and analysis is also prepared by city staff. It starts on page 20, and it's a good place to go to find that what changed during the year and the whys. And as Sonia talked about those fluctuations, a lot of that is discussed in the management's discussion and analysis. And so it's a good, concise place to go to see what happened during the year, comparing all the activities for fiscal 24 to fiscal 23. I know we're running a little, not that we're running short on time, but I don't want to keep you longer. So I'm not going to go into some of the major events because those were already highlighted by Sonia. So the other report that we issued, the Transportation Development Act report, also received an unmodified or clean opinion, and we noted no compliance findings related to it. I'm realizing my slides would have given a little more beef to a few of these comments. Sorry about that. So we, because I abbreviated a few things in my own notes because they're on the slides. So we also test the internal controls. As part of our audit, we also attest the internal controls of the city to verify that the day-to-day practices are in line with approved policies and that transactions are recorded in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So what that means that on a sample basis, we trace transactions to source documents for areas such as revenue and receivables, disbursements, payroll, long-term debt, and capital assets. And then we also test the year-end balances on the balance sheets and the statements of net position. So from that work, if there are any matters to report, they are included in our memorandum on internal control, which is attachment 4 to the agenda items. Any comments that we may have would be in one of 3 categories: material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or other matters. So we have no comments to make this year, other than the new GASB pronouncements, which we've spoken about it last year. It is very rare that we don't at least have something to say. So it's a good report that we have a boring report in that part of our audit report for you. Reflects well on city staff because we ask a lot of questions, do a lot of testing, and we didn't note any exceptions in our work from the audit where we felt that we needed to report something to council, as far as, again, a material weakness or a significant deficiency. The other document that you have in the agenda packet is attachment 5, which is the required communications document. Certain things that we are, brace yourself for the title of the document, required to tell you. So that includes changes in accounting policies. In fiscal 24, there were no changes in accounting policies. There were 2 governmental accounting standards board pronouncements that were issued, that became effective in fiscal 24, but one of them did impact the city's financial statements. I'll be honest, I think it's a weird and strange change that GASB required. When a fund moves from a major fund to a non-major fund, you're now required to include this reconciliation at the bottom that shows what happened with the fund balance compared last year to this year. So you'll see that at the bottom of page 39 of the ACFR, and that's the reason for that new reconciling section down there is GASB Statement 100 that requires that change. It's a strange one. There were, so the other GASB pronouncement this year didn't have any impact on the financial statements. So there were no unusual transactions during fiscal 24. And then also the report includes significant accounting estimates that we have to bring to your attention, because the financial statements are that point at June 30, 24, and things that happened and balances known at that moment. And it includes significant estimates, and the actual results from those estimates could vary from what was estimated at June 30, 24. The prime examples for that include the fair value of investments, because as you know, that can fluctuate from day to day, moment to moment. But that's the fair value of investments as of June 30 at the end of the day. And others include the net pension liability and related balances, and net OPEB liability and related balances, because of course that's based on an actuarial's estimate, and changes in benefits, assumptions, head count, things like that can change those estimates in the future. We are happy to report that we had no disagreements with management or difficulties encountered during the audit. We had no, I have this statement says we have no material audit adjustments, but we actually only had one post-closing adjustment that was noted by city staff. So we don't consider it an audit adjustment this year. So that's another, that's also very rare. We very rarely don't find an adjustment or two during our audit work. And we have no uncorrected misstatements to note, because uncorrected misstatements could be minor differences, minor changes, and things that we think should be changed that as far as the financials, and we're required to gather and accumulate them to make sure that they don't become material and something that needs to be recorded. And we have none to report to you. They were deemed trivial if we did have any differences. And so with that, I wanted to thank the finance staff for their help during the audit. We ask, as I said earlier, we ask a lot of questions and request a lot of documents for audit. And we, again, had no difficulties, and they answered all of our questions as timely as they could. So with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff? Thank you, Amy, for the report. We really appreciate that. Then at this time, we will open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. I'll take public comments from those participating in the chamber first, then those participating via Zoom. I did not receive any speaker cards, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
I just want to say thank you, Carrie and your team. I appreciate you all a million times over. I'm very happy, although some people were misinformed and thought we were not doing well financially over the last few months, we actually did very well. And I'm very happy that we prepaid our pension obligation by $733,000. I'm always happy when we prepay our pension. So thank you always for your guidance and for everything you do and for ticking and tying everything as well as you all do. So thank you.
I'm going to make this very brief. Jovita loves the phrase ticking and tying. So when she says that, she's happy. I also want to say thank you to Kerry and his team. I think for clarification for the public, we had to hear this item before the end of the year. It's an acceptance of an audit report. So this is not something we could have pushed out to make tonight a little earlier, just for clarification. But again, very, very proud of the team for the work that has been done and the health of our budget. It's just, there's a lot of cities that aren't doing as well. So it's really nice to see that due to the hard work of staff that things are looking really good for us. And I want to mention too, if you have not yet had the chance to read that snapshot, it's really good. It's very positive. I mean, there's some scary things about it, like in the future, we have to be very careful about this and that. But if you get the chance to read it, it will be linked in, we talked about the next newsletter, maybe some social media pushes, because it's a really well-written document that I think residents should read if you have the chance. Thank you.
I'm not just going to say ditto this time. Carrie, you guys did a great job, phenomenal. Congratulations on the awards. You deserve them. For you to be able to explain finances so that I can understand them, you're amazing. And your team, the presentations are always great. And thank you for all the hard work you guys do in making it easier. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to say ditto. But I do, you know, I know at the end of the night, we're all here and we want to, a lot of family members and friends are in the audience. So we look at the things that we can push. And this is one of them, like, can we push it? But the more I think about it, it's giving you all the opportunity too, as staff, to be recognized for the awards and for the hard work you do. So again, ditto.
Thank you, Carrie, and Carrie's finance team. And congratulations for the awards, as always. You're phenomenal. And thank you, Amy. This will be the last time I get to sit in this seat and receive this report. So continue to give the same great reports year after year. As a resident, I'm looking forward to bragging on our city's fiscal responsibility. Thank you. At this time,
did we officially continue I-2? And does it need to be continued to a special meeting? How would we word that?
So just to wrap up this item, there's no formal action to take, so this one is now concluded. I-2, there was talk about continuing it, but there was never any final action by the council. So if you'd all like to continue it, I think to a date uncertain, because we don't know the availability of Councilmember Maloney, Councilmember-elect Maloney just yet, and we may need to check into that.
But what is the deadline on this?
Well, I'll let Casey address that.
Yeah, I think if Casey just gave a quick overview, 1-2 minute overview of what the project was about and why a special meeting may not be helpful at this point.
No,
Yeah, I'd really
I don't think
rather
that's what we
continue
want.
to a
We just
special
want to
meeting.
continue.
Casey, you know better than I do what sort of deadline they would need for a special meeting, I guess.
There's no deadline. If we vote not to move forward with the project, doesn't matter how long we delay this decision till. If you do decide you want to pursue this project further, we will miss out on the $80 million tax credit if we don't take action before the end of the year.
And well, when it's said like that now, it feels like we need to go with the 1 minute statement, because residents just heard we'll miss out on $80 million, right? Yeah. And it's not possible we will schedule the meeting before the end of the year. It's not possible that we will schedule the meeting.
I just don't think that I mean, there's 3 options. I mean, it's a long thing. This is going to probably take an hour. There's no way we can get through this. I read this, there's no way we can get through it.
So a date uncertain, being mindful of the fact that we might not do it in the time, but if residents read make sure you read the agenda. Read the agenda, because 80 million is a lot more.
So since this was noticed as a public hearing, oh no, it's a business item, forgive me. If you want to take very quick public comment, if there is any, only on the continuance, then that would satisfy the Brown Act, and that could be the end of this discussion.
thank you. At this time, we will open this item for public comments on the continuance of the item.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from those participating in the chamber first, then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item continuance. I have one hand raised in the audience. Please.
Well, thank you so much. First, I just want to thank everybody up here tonight. Joel, I'm going to actually call you Joel now as opposed to Mr. Mayor. You've asked me for years to call you Joel, and I've always insisted on calling you Mr. Mayor, but now I'm going to call you Joel. Joel, like me, is a fellow chaplain, and he's a heck of a guy. Thank you, sir. You're amazing. If we can avoid losing out on 8, was that 8 or 80 million? 80? Okay. My ears aren't as good as they used to be. I'm getting old. If we can avoid losing out on 80 million in tax credits, that would be groovy. And I'm going to end my comments with that because that's good. But Jovita, whatever you do, don't change. You're amazing. Okay. Miss Pearson, you're amazing. Susanna, do I have to tell you how amazing you are? No. And Tony, good job. Okay? You're amazing too. I'm envious of your hair. Thank you, Amanda.
We appreciate you.
I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. Danny, go ahead.
Thank you again. I caught a bit of it at the end, and I'm hoping that after comments are closed, clarification can be made, because as I understand it, you can't move forward on the decision because my district council person isn't there? Or is that a mistake and it is more a matter of reading the documents or discussing the process amongst yourselves? Again, I'm really not quite sure. Um, but I heard $80 million. And so I honestly, I would think if it meant you guys staying there all night to hammer out details, I mean, geez, you guys have been there 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for nickels and dimes, relatively speaking. $80 million. Again, if it's because you're missing, if you're missing the brand new city council member who doesn't seem to know how to call in from Germany, if that is the case, that is a frustrating thing indeed. If this can be done tonight, I hope it is done tonight. It, $80 million, we're not, ah, I don't even know what to say to try and qualify why you wouldn't want to discuss $80 million unless you are legally bound to not discuss it. And so again, if anyone can clarify that for I throw myself in this category, simple-minded, please, please, please explain. Thank you.
Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. When you're talking figures like $80 million and a project that is this complicated, I would agree with Councilmember Mendoza that you should take the time to actually go through the project and make sure everything is clear, that everybody is understanding what you're voting on, and not rush through it because it is 10, almost 11 o'clock at night. And you can't seem to schedule a meeting between now and the end of the year. Perhaps this agenda item should have come a little earlier. But rushing through it, I'm not sure that that's wise. So I would suggest, next time schedule it earlier or just pass on it. It's 80 million we don't have right now, and if we pass on it, it's 80 million we're not going to have anyways. So that's, I prefer to go through things thoroughly and have proper vetting and proper discussion and make sure that we have the benefit of everybody's knowledge than having to rush through an agenda item because it's late. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
I make a motion to close public comment. Oh, you got another public commenter coming down.
Why, if this is such a big item, it was literally brought in the last meeting before the end of the year, before we would lose all that? It just seems really awkward. Why wasn't this brought sooner? And why was it also put on the same night as Bridal Gate and the same night as the oath? So I'm just really confused on why staff decided to make this decision of the agenda.
Super quick, guys, I promise. Quick question. I'm confused by tax credit. When I think tax credit, I think residential and the city is a government. We don't pay taxes. So if someone could clarify, does this mean the city saves 80 million? Like, Casey, you're going to get 80 million or the council, do you guys get 80 million to build this, or how does that credit work? If we could clarify, that will probably make people a little bit happier. I'm just confused. What do we mean by 80 million? Thank you.
So now I'm going to make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
Okay. So, go ahead, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
This time, public comment is closed. We'll move into council discussion.
So first and foremost, Councilmember Mendoza asked to continue this, not to talk about it tonight. Number two, this has nothing to do with Faye Maloney, and I know what it was like to start off on council and be attacked by people. So it has nothing to do with her not being here tonight, and I'm not here to protect anybody, but that's not okay. This is about the fact that, and I never attack staff, but Casey, I feel like when we said don't say anything, you shouldn't have said so much, because the way you said it caused mass hysteria in here. And I knew it was gonna come after you said, we're gonna miss out on a $80 million thing without now. We should tell everybody by taking $80 million tax credit, and I'm sorry, Katie, because I know I should stop because we're only talking on the continuance, we're going to lose $1 million, over up to $2.3 million. So the tax credit money in will lose money out, but we will need Casey to tell the whole story, which means we can do it later. If we don't have a meeting, the other option is we can lose even more than that. So we could, which would be negative 0.7 million to 0.8 million. So a credit does not mean we're getting money. That's why when we just talk about the credit and we don't talk about taking the credit means we're gonna take a bigger loss. It causes residents mass hysteria, and now everyone wants to say, well, why wouldn't you guys sit here and talk about taking this credit? So we can, I withdraw, and I think we stay here like everybody said, and let's talk about it, because I'm so sorry, because everybody's
I'm not feeling
here,
that.
but I withdraw my request to continue it, and let's sit here all night and talk about why we shouldn't go with, the recommendation of staff is that we don't get the tax credit. We don't go with option 1 or 2. So it was not for us to take the tax credit. Continuing it beyond the year means we won't get the tax credit, but we weren't gonna go with option. I don't know what people were gonna do up here. I was not interested in option 1 or 2 because I trust the staff report. The staff report says we're gonna take a loss. I trust the people, the experts sitting at the table, but we gotta tell the whole story. I know you asked them to tell the story. We said no, because we're like, no, we already know, we read the staff report. But now we only got part of the story. Let's tell the whole damn story. Let's do it. And I'm sure I'll make Contra Costa News tonight or blog. So
I am not withdrawing. I'm not withdrawing.
No,
My,
and I
I'm not
second,
withdrawing my
because
continue.
There's way too many questions, and I second, and I think we need, it's gonna take a long time, and I wanted to give it what it deserves. So I do think that I second moving it forward and just doing a special meeting before the end of the year.
We have a first motion for a first and second to move it forward to a date uncertain. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nope.
It moves forward to a date uncertain. Item I3, approve a successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Brentwood and the Brentwood Police Lieutenants Group, the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2027, and adopt appropriations amendments to the 2024-25 through 2025-26 operating budget. And Successor Bashirs, our Director of Human Resources, will present. Successor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight for consideration is a successor contract between the city of Brentwood and the Brentwood Police Lieutenants Group. And that contract would be effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. The city and the Brentwood Lieutenants Group began negotiations on March 6th of this year. Those negotiations concluded on November 19th when the city and the Brentwood Lieutenants Group reached a tentative agreement. On that same day of November 19th, that was also ratified by the Brentwood Lieutenants Group. I do want to bring to your attention, and just for the purpose of the record, the longevity incentive pay, which is effective July 1st of 2026. The city and the Lieutenants Group agreed to two of these longevity pay. So that's the 2% and the 6%. I would like to add that the 4% was already in play. And as a matter of fact, it was part of the last contract negotiations. So the only add for the longevity pay is the 2% and the 6%. Staff is available for any questions you may have.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Thank you. Then at this time, we'll open public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take comments in the council chamber first, and those participating via Zoom. I do not have any speaker cards, nor do I have hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. This time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. And I would like to bring just one component, and if council will make sure that I can do this, since it is attached. It's my understanding also that the chief is under this bargaining group as well. It is not. Okay. Then I will have to stick with this. I'd previously talked to staff concerning an item. It was my understanding that this item included the chief's position as well as the captain's, lieutenants.
And I'm going to defer to Ms. Bashir's, but I believe that the chief belongs to the unrepresented senior management group, not the lieutenant's bargaining group, but Sakari will correct me.
No correction necessary. You're exactly correct. The lieutenants represent the lieutenants, which is actually 4 individuals. The police chief and the police captains are unrepresented, so they are not a part of this contract.
Thank you for the clarification. So do we have any further discussion regarding this item?
No discussion, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, do you have a motion?
Yeah. I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a successor MOU between the city and the Brentwood Police Lieutenants Group for July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, approving the pay schedule and authorizing the HR director to revise the pay schedule to reflect the changes and adopting amendments to the 2024-25 to 25-26 operating budget.
I will second.
Good. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. The item moves. Item I4, a resolution reciting the facts of the general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024, declaring the results and taking such other actions. And Amanda McVeigh, our city clerk, will introduce the next item on the 2024 general election. Amanda.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A general municipal election was held in the city of Brentwood on Tuesday, November 5th, per California Election Code Section 10263. Upon the completion of a canvass, the results of the county elections official, and prior to the installation of new officers, the city council shall adopt a resolution reciting the facts of the election and declare elected persons for whom the highest number of votes were cast for each office as they were listed on the ballot. The city has received the certified results of the completed canvass of the election from the county elections official, which indicate Susanna Meyer is elected as mayor, for a full 4 years. Faye Maloney is elected as City Council member from District 1. And Jovita Mendoza is elected as council member from District 3. With that, staff recommends the City Council adopt a resolution reciting the facts of the election and declare the results of the election.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time?
Are you sure they count? No, I'm just kidding. Somebody wants to know.
At this time, I will open public comments on this item.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chamber first, then those participating via Zoom. I have one speaker coming to the podium now.
I'll be quick. First, Ms. Mayor, I would like to congratulate you on the last 4 years. We've come a long way. I now consider you a good friend. I remember 4 years ago when we had this meeting here. I came up there and took a look at that gavel, and I asked you, how many times in the next 4 years do you think with the city council you're going to have to use that gavel? And you said, do you remember what you said? You said, hopefully none. Hopefully none. And the betting public out here had it set the over-under to probably 4 or 5, and I think you only had to use it once. Yeah. I mention that because the leadership that you've bestowed upon the city and the encouragement that you've given to council makes me very, very proud to be a resident of Brentwood. You've encouraged crosstalk, real dialogue, genuine participation from Brentwood residents. You made me feel where I didn't in years past, but you make me feel now like my voice is heard. And when I feel like that, I know there's thousands of other residents across Brentwood that feel that way too. So I thank you and I commend you for that. I want to congratulate Councilmember Maloney on your victory. You ran a great campaign. I want to congratulate Mayor-elect Meyer as well. You ran a great campaign. I'm really excited to see what you two are going to bring to the city, and I know you're going to be great leaders. Councilmember Mendoza. Once again, it was a sincere privilege to serve as your unassuming and unpaid campaign manager. I do want to acknowledge something about Jovita that is truly exceptional. And one thing that she has done is she ran a campaign 4 years ago and this year that honestly 99% of elected officials are scared to do. She runs a campaign the complete opposite of the way in which normal politicians do. She's always vowed to accept 0 endorsements from anyone but residents. She didn't seek the endorsements of local, county, state officials ever. And let's be real, we know a lot of them have failed us, both Democrats and Republicans, and I applaud her for that. She took no money from special interest groups, never has. She's been offered it, never has. Nothing from developers, nothing from PACs, just grassroots campaign work. In fact, this year, our campaign, her Better for Brentwood movement, raised more individual donations than any council person or mayor has in this city's history. That's a testament to the hard work that you've put in. I'm very proud of you. There's never been a council person or a mayor more versed, more prepared, more analytically driven than her. She's ready to do what's right for Brentwood, and we love you for that, regardless of the consequences, the shame, the lies, the hate that people spread about you. You know, we've always said, you and I, we follow that 80-20 rule. You can't make everyone happy. All you got to do is reach for that 80. Jovita launched and delivered what we all term smart growth here now. That's like a buzzword that everybody used this last election throughout the entire state. She launched that here in Brentwood. That was her. You turned the city around. Also, inclusionary and affordable housing. That was something that she did. The city never did anything to adopt inclusionary affordable housing for residents here in Brentwood, and now we do. And I thank you and I applaud you for that too. A little fun fact about Jovita, true or false, has she ever missed a council meeting? Never. The only council person I know that has made every single meeting, whether it's here, out of state, out of country. Pat Tanisha too? Yes, oh yeah, thank you, both of you. I feel you. So just remember this, we're all fans of you, Jovita, and that includes all the haters. You gotta have haters too. And we got now 4 exceptional women I'm looking forward to on city council, and in the illustrious words of Cat Williams, remember ladies, if you got 14 haters now, you gotta figure out how to get to 16 before the end of summer. Congratulations, babe.
Look, I can run. I'm moving fast. I just want to say, I said pretty much everything that I needed to say earlier about this, but I think it's wonderful, and I know I've said it a bunch, in a city like Brentwood, which is the most diverse city that I have ever lived in my entire life. It's the biggest city I've ever lived in my entire life, too. That took some getting used to, but as a queer, neurodivergent person, it makes my heart so happy that we are about to have a city council that is so diverse. And I truly feel represented, which you don't get, no offense, Joel, but we get a lot of old white guys a lot of the time. No offense, Tony. And so it's really nice. It's really nice to see the diversity and the representation. Representation matters, representation matters, representation matters. And it's all of Brentwood, and it lets people know that their voice is important and their voice can be heard and that they can achieve great things. Nothing great. Oh, I'm gonna mess this one up. I'll come back to it. Anyway, Jovita, how many letters did you handwrite to your constituents? Hand wrote letters to her constituents to mail in her district. Susanna, how many meet and greets did you host?
I lost track.
Where the public was invited to come and hear about the platform and your beliefs and what you love about Brentwood and what you want to represent as our mayor. It's so inspiring. And I say it, all the time. You can run a campaign, you can trash your opponent, you can think that makes you look good or like the bigger person, but it doesn't. And these are the campaigns that I love to see. These are the campaigns that inspire me. These are the campaigns where you know that you are solid in your platform and you can stand on that and be proud. And you should be so proud. Because I'm so proud. I'm proud that you're my council. I'm proud that you're my mayor. I'm proud that I'm represented. And I'm proud of the work that you all put in. So thank you.
I do have 3 hands raised in Zoom. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm still up. I'm here with all of you. I wanted to thank Susanna and Jovita for running clean campaigns. I was watching a lot of other cities running their campaigns, and not necessarily the best candidate won in those other cities, and some of the campaigns were really dirty. There's one person who won a county school board seat who took $70,000 from charter schools. The charter schools sent the money October 31st to her, and she did not report it until November 5th. So she is in some trouble right now, and I am very happy that she does not live where we live. Um, we there was a lot of hard work put in by a lot of people to get the best candidates elected, and now the residents of Brentwood, we have to do the work of making sure that our candidates get supported. We need to write in on agenda items. We need to call in during meetings. We need to show up during meetings, because it's not just the city council's work. They need to know what we want. They need to hear from us, because that's who they represent. They represent us, the residents of Brentwood, not the special interests in Brentwood, the residents of Brentwood. You have seen efforts by special interests trying to sway votes one way or another. And we just don't need that, because those special interests don't have the same lenses that the residents do. They don't care about the traffic. They don't care about overcrowded schools. They don't care that if a park is usable or not usable. They don't care. They just want the projects to pass so they can get money for who they represent, which is not the residents of Brentwood. So I want to congratulate Susanna and Jovita for running phenomenal campaigns, and Faye. And just to let everyone know, whoever happens to be up at 11 o'clock at night listening to this, please continue your advocacy for what's right for Brentwood. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, it's been a long night for y'all. I'd like you to know I've been with you all night on YouTube, just zooming back in to make a comment. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at, so that should make you feel better. Again, Joel, congratulations on your record as being the mayor, and we're all looking forward to see what Faye will be doing on the city council. And our hope is that Faye will continue in the tradition that we're building in Brentwood of listening to the residents first. I want to congratulate my friend and soon to be Mayor Meyer on an excellent campaign. You're going to be a great mayor, and we expect nothing but great things from you, and really excited to see what you do up there. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about my friend Jovita Mendoza. I've known for a long time now, and since before she came to City Council, she was with us on No Rezone, No on L, Alliance for a Better Brentwood. She's been a tireless advocate for the residents of this community, of this city. She always listens to the residents. She puts us first. She's one of us. It's what has gotten her elected. She's run twice, basically in 2 different districts due to redistricting. She had to convince most of the people in District 1, and she had to convince the people in District 3. And as you heard, doing it all without any special interest money, just doing it the hard way, going around hanging door hangers, writing notes, talking to people, and she has the trust of the community. People know who Jovita is, and we all know that she's going to take care of us. So thank you all. I'm going to go ahead and stop talking now because it's getting late, and let you get on with it.
The next speaker is Danny. Danny, go ahead.
I echo Rob. It's late. I hope that I am the last speaker, and whatever we need to do to go into the whole swearing in so I can go to sleep. It's been a fun ride. Can't wait the next year. Let's get the party started. Let's go ahead and swear you guys in. Congratulations. Happy holiday.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
I'd like to take a 10-minute I'm kidding. I'm totally. This time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
I'd love to make a motion.
No, I need to say something real.
Okay, all right.
I think that this is such a momentous occasion. I don't want to let it pass me with rushing. And I know we have a lot of people here who are ready to see you all be sworn in. I wanted to just say that I'm proud of everybody, even the people who didn't, win, that a lot of the campaign, everyone tried, and all the people who tried hard to get here. But I want to read a quote that RBG said. When I'm sometime asked, when will there be enough women on the Supreme Court? I say, when there are 9. People are shocked. But there had been 9 men and nobody ever raised a question about that. I am looking so excited. I'm so happy to continue the work that we're already doing up here. Tony, you're the lone wolf here with us, all of us, and but you do a phenomenal job too. I want to just thank and appreciate my colleagues for the 2 years that I've been here, and I have something for you really fast. I don't know another time to do this. So, Jovita, these are for you. Faye, in your absence, I have some for you. And Madam VP, not VP, Madam, from VP to P to our mayor, I have made you, personally handmade you a blinged out gavel.
Oh my God, I love it so much. Wow.
Congratulations. So that's all. I just
Oh my
wanted to
God.
congratulate all 3 of you. And Joe, you all don't know, but Joe, I was a crazy vegan for like a year until someone put steak in front of me, and I thought, what the hell is wrong with me? And now I eat steak and pork and whatever other meat that they put in front of me. But Joe was, before I became on council, I asked to meet with him, and like anybody else, he said, sure. And he agreed to eat at a vegan restaurant, which he's like, sure. And we ate there. And he was so generous and so honest and told me about the road that I had ahead of me. And I think I've asked so many people about what it's like to sit on this side, and I never heard such a genuine answer than you gave me. You gave my husband the confidence to be there and go along with like, yes, honey, go for it, whatever you want to do. And so I want to just, I know we already got to say something there, but I words can't enough say thank you. And there's times when Joe says to many of us, I just love you. And I know he means that from his heart. And so I just want to say, I just love you, Joe. Thank you so much.
Motion or?
Do we have a first?
I haven't made the motion yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion?
The motion is, I move to adopt a resolution reciting the facts of the general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024, declaring the results and taking such other actions regarding the election as required by law.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Oh, don't make us cry. Oh.
Very quickly. Jovita, thank you for caring for our community to the depths that you do. It's never a dull moment.
It's a nice way to say it.
And Patanisha, you are inspirational in so many ways. Please continue to let the community feel how much you love them, because you do a great job at it. Thank you. Tony, you're my friend. I love you. I respect and admire you. And keep up the good work. You're going to have fun.
I'm a big crybaby. Thank you.
And Susanna, you have been such an absolutely outstanding vice mayor. You were an outstanding council person. But more than that, in the time that I knew you before you were on council, and all the different capes that you wear, and all of the different areas, anyone that I have spoken to regarding your care and your passion for people, I haven't heard one single individual ever say anything other than how much they appreciate your care, your passion, and your sacrifice. And I am so thankful to have gotten to work with you over these years and to get to know you and your beautiful family, amazing family, and your lovely grandson. And I hope you never have to use that beautiful gavel that we have here. But I'm thankful to have someone that is my mayor, that I can trust, and that I know anytime that I have a concern or anyone else in our community does, that you will be there with a caring heart and an open ear and an open mind. So thank you. And I want to thank all of you as well, all of those that have called. You are the very reason that any of us are here. And please continue to, would you just do one thing, if you would, for me? Anytime I meet with children, young people, scout groups in this room, the one thing that I want them to understand, and I have them all repeat after me, is this. So I promise you're safe. Will you repeat after me? I have a voice, and my voice matters. Thank you for letting us hear your voices. Please continue. Now I'm going to be over there. So thank you so much for that. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. This council is adjourned.
Oh,
Oh.
I would put your phone in. Is that what you're doing?
Oh,
Oh.
they're just taking a picture.
Oh.
Oh, here.
Oh, why, thank you.
Oh,
Sorry,
let's
one more.
see.
Oh, my goodness. I know.
Wow. Well, I am going to.
We're in the receiving line for a hug.
Thank you.
All right, Joel. Oh, my gosh.
Deserve the time.
Are we ready to reconvene? Reconvene. Okay. The actual swearing in ceremony. Good evening. Please confirm that Councilmember-elect Maloney is promoted on Zoom from her remote location out of the country. And I'm going to invite Councilmember-elect Jovita Mendoza to join me down front to take the oath of office. And Councilmember-elect Maloney, are you ready to take the oath remotely? I know she's there. She's been there all night. There you are. Yay. Hi. Are you ready to take your oath
Hi,
remotely?
everyone.
Okay.
It is 8 in the morning here. Hello.
Yeah. You've been up all night. Okay, we are going to meet up front.
I think we'll begin with swearing in the mayor. I'll hand you this.
Can my family please join me up here?
All right, if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Susanna Meyer,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Mayor.
Thank you, Amanda.
I think I'll go in order of district then, and if Councilmember Maloney is ready to take her oath, although I have.
I am ready.
Awesome. If you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Faye Maloney,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I bear true faith and allegiance
that I bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you.
Turn the volume down. Turn the volume down. She's calling my daughter who's at college. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jovita Mendoza,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
upon
which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Councilmember.
Thank you, City Clerk.
So we are now going to convene the 2024 through 2026 City Council. We have a quorum. Let us begin the meeting. Amanda, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney,
I am present.
Councilmember Pearson,
I'm second. Wow. Here.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer,
Here. Thank you, Amanda. Moving into business item M1, election of a member of the City Council to serve as vice mayor for a term of 2 years. And Amanda McFay, our city clerk, will introduce the next item.
Thank you. So at this time, the City Council shall elect a vice mayor for a 2-year term. And I'll read the meeting rules and procedures, section 3.1. on how the city of Brentwood does determine the role of this vice mayor. The city council shall elect a vice mayor for a 2-year term at the meeting when new council members are sworn in after a general municipal election. If the office of vice mayor becomes vacant for any reason, and well, that part is irrelevant. The city council shall elect one of its members to fill the vacancy at the next regular meeting. The election or removal of the vice mayor requires 3 affirmative votes. It would therefore be appropriate at this time for the council to discuss and to elect a new vice mayor. The council member elected will serve as vice mayor for a 2-year term.
Thank you. And if there are any clarifying questions for staff? Okay, then we can open up the public comment period.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the clerk. We'll take public comments for those participating in the council chamber first, then those participating via Zoom. I do not have any speaker cards. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Meyer, Brentwood City Council, thank you for allowing me to comment. I think there's really only one obvious choice, should she want it, and that would be Jovita Mendoza. She has the longest experience. She's been elected twice by 2 different districts. She has the passion, she has the vision, she has the intelligence, and she has the people behind her. And I really don't have much more to say than that, but I think this is the best choice for Brentwood. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Rod beat me to it, but I agree with what he said. I want to congratulate Councilmember Maloney on being sworn in. You are my council member, so you will be hearing from me. We'll get to know each other well. And of course, congratulations to Mayor Meyer. That just rolls off the tongue so nicely. But I do agree that you need a vice mayor that has experience and deep knowledge into city procedures and processes in case, for whatever reason, you need representation. So I would also strongly agree with Rod's sentiment that Councilmember Mendoza should be vice mayor. Thank you.
I have no further hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. I would like to invite council discussion, if there is any. Typically, what has happened in the past is that the mayor makes a recommendation and then the full council votes on it.
If at all possible. I'm not sure that's what happened when we elected you as the vice mayor, and I just want to voice my opinion that I don't think you would, Councilmember Mendoza would be a bad vice mayor by any stretch of the imagination. She does have the city at heart, and she's always looking to take care of the citizens of Brentwood. I also think that with Councilmember Pearson's experience of being a judge and sitting on the bench, and her experience of 2 years now, she should definitely be considered as one of the options for the vice mayor's position.
Any other discussion?
It makes it difficult because it just feels like I don't want to pit each other against each other. So I'll leave it to council to vote and decide these things.
As you can all imagine, especially those who are sitting here in council chambers who have been with us all night and have seen this council in action, there were too many choices as far as what my personal opinion would be is who I would like to have as my backup for vice mayor. I am going to recommend Jovita Mendoza, but I would 100% agree with Tony in that Councilmember Pearson would be an incredible choice as well. Jovita, for me, is my backup because I know very well if I need her to do something even last minute, she will be on it. She'll jump on it. It's, for the good of the residents. She will be there. She has a track record of doing her homework, of being available to residents, of showing up, of spending years before being on council supporting the city and supporting the residents. And so while this is a tough decision, because I do think there are very definitely lots of good options, I am going to make a recommendation that Councilmember Mendoza become our vice mayor.
Just so people know, the mayor makes a recommendation, right? But it comes to council vote.
So is that a motion or just?
So I will consider that a motion unless there is more discussion to be had.
I'm gonna vote.
Right. I mean,
Oh, no, totally.
Again, I would think that Councilmember Pearson should be the vice mayor for the position. And I'm not sure if what I had said was a motion or it was just part of the discussion. And I don't know. I would.
Well, I'd like to second the mayor's motion.
And process-wise, what would happen is we would then take a vote on this one. If it fails, then if you wanted to make a motion after that, correct?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna sit here and not fight for myself. I love you, Jovita. I think you would do a great job, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like it, but I'm here for the next 2 years. Ms. Mendoza, you have 4 years. I don't know if I'm running again or not. But I think I will make an amazing vice mayor as well. And all the qualities that you've recommended in Jovita, I think I have those qualities as well. I read all the agendas, I come with great stuff. And so I don't think years of tenure should be the reason why. I'm just as passionate and just as available throughout the day. So I would be a fool to not sit here and fight for myself.
No,
as a vice mayor.
Yeah.
And I love our city. You love your city. And I don't want this to cause any rift between us because boy,
No.
have we come a long way, and I value you. I consider you a friend, but at the same time, I would be doing a disservice to myself
Yeah.
not to. So I understand why you second her motion.
Yeah.
And I second Tony's first
Yeah.
motion as well.
So, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm a little bit gobsmacked. I've worked so hard for so many years, and I think I've earned it. Like, I think we both show up tough up here for our residents. There is no doubt. But I want it. I want to work with the mayor for the next 2 years. I want to see what I can do over the next 2 years. I think I would do really well at it. And I hope I can get a third to support me being vice mayor or Mayor Meyer. And this is someone she has to work with. And we've always, and I know it doesn't go like that, but we've always supported the person the mayor chooses because it's who they have to work with and who they chose to work with. We supported Joel when he selected Johnny, and whatever my feelings were about Johnny, it was Joel's choice. And it's who he chose to have it as his right-hand man. So yeah, I mean, I would like to be considered. I'd like the vote to go forward, the first and the second, to see how Faye feels, and then we can go from there.
So I have considered mine to be a motion, and we have a second.
And it'll be a roll call vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Maloney?
Hi. So I do believe that both, maybe I should have spoken during the discussion, but I do believe both Councilmember Patanisha Pearson and Councilmember Jovita Mendoza would be amazing at this job. And I respect both of them very dearly. And the fact that Councilmember Pearson only has 2 years left on her term and Councilmember Mendoza can has the opportunity to finish out the last 2 years, I would vote no on this motion and give the opportunity to Councilmember Pearson.
Councilmember Pearson?
It makes me in a very uncomfortable position, but you have 4 years, I have 2. And this means a lot to me as well. It means a lot to me and my family too, so I have to vote, I have to root for myself. I'm a no.
Councilmember Mendoza? I'm sorry, your microphone wasn't on.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Orlemans?
No.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
The motion fails.
So I will make a motion I move to elect Councilmember Pearson to serve as the vice mayor for a term of 2 years.
I'm going to second that motion.
Councilmember Maloney?
I vote yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
No.
The motion passes.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor Pearson. We are going to move into N1, which is a requested future agenda item from,
Mayor Meyer, I'm going to ask that we continue this to a future date.
okay.
Because I think people have been here long enough.
Yeah, do we need a second on that?
Second.
Okay.
I will need a roll call vote, please.
Oh.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I actually have a process question really quickly because I know we've had, the gentleman still here? If he's not, I'm not going to worry about it. There you are. We typically would go into future agenda item requests, which I know we're trying to keep the meeting short, but I know the gentleman has been waiting. So is there a process through which we can bring that item forward for discussion?
So without saying much, because this isn't on the agenda, there is a whole separate process for what Mr. Osuna has brought forward to you tonight. Our office and our outside counsel have been in contact with him to notify him of that process, and we are continuing to work through that.
Okay. If you could keep us updated on that, just in case there's anything we need to be aware of or involved with.
Sure.
Thank you. And now I'm going to look for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Motion for adjournment.
Second.
And we need roll call, yes?
I'm sorry, Amanda, did we get a roll call vote on the continuance of the midnight basketball item?
We did, yes.
Thank you, sorry, it's late.
So we need a roll call vote on this one now.
Yes. Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. And we are adjourned, and I'm going to use this beautiful new gavel.
Hey, can you still?